Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Detecting 12, we'll check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 Flint, try to get shots.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Anyone else close, might just let me know.
Oh, nobody was hearing me, I don't think. Crap.
I hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know. StreamYard had an update. Dark mode is available now. So everything is, it's a little weird, a little different. What's up, buddy?
Not much. How are you?
Doing good. We are hanging out with our buddy Narc Divers there. If you're not subscribed, there's that link. How many cars has he found now in the last few days here?
I think it's been 5 days, 6 days, and he's found 20 or 21.
Jeez. I couldn't keep up no more. Every time I was hopping on, he was finding more cars. It's like, damn.
My phone's been going off all day, man.
Oh, I bet. So I wanted to make sure I was over there supporting him, so we can do our shows anytime, you know. So we went ahead and just bumped it back a little bit. Went there and hung out with him, and we got baby Angel Kitty here. Come here. She's hanging out with us tonight, all wired up, having fun.
Yeah, when I left the house, my dog was wired for sound.
Really?
Looked at my wife. I said, "Have fun with that."
Yeah. I got her some new toys today too. We got her a little fish toy. It looks like a fish, huh, baby?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we got her like 6 toys today.
That's awesome.
Yeah, a whole bunch of new toys. So we're gonna be getting into the neighbor. You guys have been asking for a while now for us to check out that interview that the neighbor had with JLR. So we're gonna check some more of that out. You know, I see more about signal jammers. You know, it was like we were saying last night. It's definitely a possibility in any of these cases.
It sounds like everybody's jumping on board on that now.
Well, I think it's legit. I mean, that's why I was saying like 2 years ago, it came up as a topic of conversation in Idaho 4, and it was one of those things where it was like, that was kind of where I kind of was introduced to the whole signal jammer stuff, because of the different footage that was getting put out and how it was kind of like missing stuff, but you know, or fuzzy in certain split seconds, or something looked like it was spliced out, you know, stuff like that. So it's definitely a possibility. Seriously.
I mean, time stamps that have been frozen.
I mean, when you're talking about the black market and things that can exist with these rings, you know, we've been talking trafficking for a long time now too. When it comes to, I think that he was abducted through video games from one of those rings that exist outside Nashville.
Right.
And, you know, I think it'll go to Nashville and then it'll go somewhere else if it does go somewhere else. And I'm pretty sure it probably would. Because you got to remember, this is like it's almost like an underground system, you know, where because it's so secretive, it's kind of like, you know, you have like those conspiracies about how the government officials have these underground tunnels from here to here, you know, in case there's attacks and stuff like that. But with this kind of activity, they have to operate that way because of how severe the crimes are, which they should be, right? But they have to operate that way. And so there's rings all over the place. We see them getting busted all the time.
We've been talking about that for a little while now, all the different rings and how many people have been found. And
yeah, I mean, and when they bust these people, it's like 10 to 30 people.
Dude, that one was 150.
I mean, and there are these little rings that exist, and you'll see they're always busting them right outside city limits. You know what I'm saying? It's always right outside city limits. And I definitely think that's what took place. And so shout out to the mob crew for doing the videos, doing the overlays, showing that, you know, from, you know, nothing's guaranteed, but when, you know, when you're talking about the events that could and look like they took place, it definitely is plausible. You know, there's a lot of people out there that, you know, think that cotton exists off the side of a cliff and think that signal jammers can exist. They can. They definitely can. I mean, how do you think people pull off operation heists and things like this? Because they have that kind of stuff right here. Black Hawk. I've seen tactical jammers used firsthand. Disrupting enemy communications and surveillance is important. Exactly. And so when you have, you got to think outside of the box. When you have these kind of organizations and the money flows like crazy, they're going to have certain kinds of technology to be able to do what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the military's got it, the black market's got it already.
I mean, think about it. It's not too hard to. So when you look at all these rings that are getting busted, yes, they're, it's not going to be some, schmuck that just walked out of a 7-Eleven and got a Monster Energy and that's all he needs. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's different levels to this, just like with any business or any organization. There's a hierarchy to some of the things. And so I could definitely see somebody that has, think about it. It's almost like if you're going out there and you're sourcing something and you have a leg up on your competition, that brings in more money, does it not?
Exactly.
So somebody could could be out there using these things, and it's just going to bring in more money for them. So I don't know. I think what he's saying and bringing up, it was legit. Black Hawk, we've been covering Idaho 4 since the beginning. Black Hawk knows this has been, signal jammers have definitely been in play for the whole Idaho 4 stuff, Linda Lane and different things like that. So I totally think it's legit. The first time I heard it being brought up a couple days ago, and I instantly said, yeah, because it's already, when I was on that side where when I first heard about it, back then, I was like, what the hell? You know what I mean? And then we started looking it up and started, researching it, and it was like, holy freaking crap. Yeah, it sounds just like the stuff that you see in the movies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the beginning of this case, I didn't think that was as high tech as they were going with it, or even the direction. I mean, this opens up a whole new direction.
Well, when you're talking the black market, you're talking about money.
You're talking about the world instead of just one state.
Yeah. You're talking about money. So, and when it comes to that kind of activity, I can only imagine, the kind of money that gets thrown because, I don't know. I don't see.
It's stupid.
The last 3-4 months, video game abduction, man. I don't even see, driving in that neighborhood, bro. I don't even see somebody using that neighborhood as a spot to scope out because there's so many cul-de-sacs.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're gonna bring attention to yourself.
It's very back in there.
Right. So that's what tells me through video games.
But maybe that's why they went up the road and around, so they can familiarize themselves with.
Well, I definitely feel like they probably went through the whole neighborhood a few times to see not only the kind of activity that takes place in the daytime or the nighttime, just to get some kind of idea. Because I mean, literally, they did what they accomplished. As far as my opinion, I really feel he was abducted through the video game route. And
I mean, look how quickly
you can't see nothing.
Look how quickly you had that mapped out as an opportunity for the common area, and then
the first month.
Yeah, and then the mob crew comes up with their scenario. I mean, super quick. I mean, it didn't take any time.
No.
So,
because it's like when I go there, that's one of the first things I do when I go to a location is I go and I look at I got to look at it. I got to be in the atmosphere, and that's what's going to tell me what seems legit and what don't. And when I drove through that neighborhood, number one, a person that's going to kidnap somebody is not going to be driving through this neighborhood. There's too many cul-de-sacs. There's only one way in and there's only one way out in that neighborhood. I don't
right.
see somebody just driving by and saying, "Oh, hey, there's a kid." So
There's
that,
about to be a second way in and out, though.
well, yeah. But at that time, that
Yeah.
was it. And how dark it was concerning as well.
Oh, it's
You know what I'm saying?
a
That
lot
was
darker.
concerning.
I want it to be over there.
And then, when I'm kind of like exploring the area, that's when I was like, yo, he would have been caught on camera here, 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 here.
Oh yeah.
There's the only way he wouldn't have been caught on camera is, basically. Now, when I did my picture was if he walked out of the house to run away,
Right.
not if he was abducted, from a car on the side of the street. So, that's why, because I mean, it was the first month, so
Right.
at that moment, we were still in the mindset of he ran away from
Exactly.
home. And so, but with that video, a lot of creators have done a lot of good things with that video when it comes to the enhancements and things like that.
Exactly.
And shout out to Mob Crew because we watched that video on last night's show, and it's kind of neat, how he kind of overlaid and things like that. So we're going to kind of look more into that as well. But first, I wanted to listen to the interview that JLR had with the neighbor. Now, when he did have that interview, I think we were still doing our searches. If not, I was traveling. I know that. So I only got to catch a couple minutes here or there. So I haven't even watched all of it. So I'll be watching it with you guys for the first time tonight. I know a lot of you guys have been reaching out asking us to watch it. So we're going to do that tonight. And then after that, we're going to touch more on the videos and kind of go through my footage too. It's what we did last night. I think I honestly, you know what I'm saying? I think when we looked at the footage that I got from back then, that house across the street has got to have something, bro.
Yeah, it does.
It's got to have something. It's got to show two people. If it was two people, it's got to show three people. If it was three people, it's got to show a really good picture of the vehicle, because the vehicle, if it was in that spot and it wasn't moving, I'm telling you right now, that's a great picture on a camera.
Yeah, it would have been the perfect picture.
And I'll show you guys what house we're talking about here. Because we were watching Mob Crew's video, then I went to some of my footage from April. I think it was April 6th, February, March, April 6th, I think it was when I took that footage. And we were trying to see, okay, if the car was parked at this location, then this house should have picked it up. So let me show you what house we're talking about. So here, one second. I'm so happy that StreamYard came out with dark mode finally, because now it's going to save our batteries when we're out on location. Okay, so there's this camera right here. Okay, now according to that video, this vehicle was either parked right here or parked right here. Okay, so there's two spots. Now, I haven't watched the new one. I guess he had a new one out tonight. I'd love to have him on the show sometime and our brains kind of get together. You know what I mean?
I'll be honest, I haven't seen much at all today. Crazy.
Yeah. So if this vehicle that snagged up Sebastian and they either walked from over here, because remember it was on the right side of the backyard, if they walked over here or if they walked along this creek, and that vehicle was either parked right here or right here, this house right here would have a great picture. That camera right there would have a great, I'm telling you, it would probably have the best video of the vehicle if that really took place.
Man, that house right there would have a Picasso picture. You know, it'd
I'm
be
saying,
perfect.
if a vehicle, it's one thing if a car's moving, but if a vehicle is parked in this spot, you know, if a vehicle is parked here, I'm telling you, that's a great image
For
on
any time, any
a
length.
rig cam. Mm-hmm. You know what? I have a question. Though. This is one thing I don't know. What was the moon? Was it what kind of moon was it that night? Does anybody know? Because that's a big thing. What kind of moon was it that night? Do you know, Busby?
I have no idea. I can look it up, but I don't have an idea. Off the top of my head.
Yes, a lot of drains in that area too. There's a ton of them.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of drains.
How long was his show tonight? Because we're going to listen to the JLR interview. That's going to take about an hour and a half. So depending on how long it is, or if you want to send me some timestamps, Teresa, we can check out key parts. If not, we can, check it out on the next show. We're going to be having a Mike and Miller show tomorrow. We'll be going back over, exploring the case some more. It was over an hour. If there's any certain timestamps, give me a heads up. If not, I can watch it sometime tomorrow, and we can go through it on the next show, because then I'll make some timestamps of my own. But definitely, when it comes to signal jammers, it was legit the first moment I heard it, and I totally support the SIG, because I'm just saying, when you're talking about these trafficking rings, they will spend the money to make the money. You know what I mean? And I could definitely see somebody doing that to try and have a leg up on all the other people that are trying to do the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm wondering about the moonlight. Now, it could have been cloudy. It could have been, clear. It could have been foggy. I don't know. I'm just curious, because that will make a difference. And if there's a way that I can find out like what the weather was at 3 a.m., the cloud cover and the moonlight, I'm telling you right now, that makes a huge difference. When it maybe not to this video from this house right here, okay? Maybe not the video from this house, but right here is what I'm saying, because this one is going to have that car just sitting still. Now, on that one video, it shows the lights over here, right? On the side of the road, because this camera is not reaching over here. This camera is going to come, let's see, it's still probably about, this is probably where that car had to be sitting, is right here in this area to get caught on that camera right there. So where did it come that they might be parked over here the wrong way, right? Wasn't that the thing? Like the car
I think
been parked here the wrong way?
I think that was came about by the flashlight video, the direction that the headlights and taillights came in to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how that was deciphered, which direction they were going.
Yeah. So, because it's not going to be picked up on this camera all the way over here. That car would have to be about right here to get picked up on it. And it probably gave you a view kind of like that. So it would have been, I don't know. It makes, you know what I wonder? I wonder if that vehicle on that camera was a vehicle that was parked here with its lights on, right by this truck. Because it was kind of higher. I wonder if they were actually parked here. Because if I'm looking at this, yeah, we'll have to look at that video again. Because if I'm seeing the camera like this, you know, like it's being recorded here, it's almost like the car might be up here. I don't know. We'll get into that in a little bit, but let me see. We're going to go to JLR's video. Shout out JLR Magnolia. Appreciate him so much. We're going to check out his interview with the neighbor. Now, like I said again, I haven't watched the whole thing. I just watched a couple minutes here and there. I think I've heard somebody tell me that she like gets confused about the roads or something. Like it's supposed to be this road, but it was that road. I don't know. So that might be a possibility where I just heard that she does get confused on the roads or something. I was tipped in. Oh, nice. Let's see. Thank you, Fuzzball. Thank you, everybody, for hopping in. And if you're not subbed to Busby, go drop a sub to Busby here. Hold on. Drop his link in here, too. So we're going to listen to this interview. I'm going to do it at 1.25 speed just to kind of speed it up a little bit. Sent weather email. All right, hold on 1 second. Let's see, February 24th. No, February 2024. All right, so it was. Okay, so let's see. Civil twilight, astronomical twilight. What the hell? Yeah, I'm not sure how to read that. That's a lot of weird shit. We'll check it out. All right, so we're going to get to this video. This is JLR speaking with a... One moment. I'm going to try and get all that stuff ready, and then we'll check this out. If there's at any moment, Busby, you want me to pause it, let me know. And then we'll go ahead and commentate as we watch this. And let me make sure I get his thing popped up there. All right. Here we go.
JLR Investigates, come on in, everyone. Continuous coverage of the Sebastian Rogers case. I'm going to bring in Miss Bobbie, who is a neighbor of the Proudfoots. I'm going to bring her right in right now. We're going to talk to a neighbor of Christopher and Katie Proudfoot. So she pops in. There she is. Welcome aboard, Miss Bobbie. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming on JLR Investigates. A lot of people were in the chat because no one ever really heard from a neighbor, Miss Bobbie.
Now you're going to make me want to run. Yeah, well, I've kind of kept myself, we're all kind of hidden.
Yeah, I mean, you're active in the Sebastian groups. You do talk, you share a lot of insight. You've been there from day one, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know that I was in your group from day one. I was in another group not really even, honestly, day one was such a trauma, just dramatic day that I don't even think, the only thing I was in on day one was our neighborhood group, because that's where Katie had first commented about him being gone. So no, actually I wasn't in any Facebook groups day one. It was such a crazy moment. So probably.
Yeah, when you say Katie commented, what do you mean by that? She joined a neighborhood group?
Well, so I'm an admin of our private neighborhood group. And she created a post, I want to say around, 7:30 maybe ish, 7:30 that morning, Monday morning, simply just saying, my son is missing. and kind of commented on a little bit about him. Like, I think she made the comment about how tall he was, and that he was autistic and he was missing. Please check your cameras. It was just like a 2-liner, just real quick, shooting it out there.
So like maybe like an hour and a half, hour something after she and Chris, that we found out that they called and reported Sebastian missing.
Correct. It was, yes, because I think that from what I understood, she called around 6:30 that morning, I think. Was it about 6:30, I think is?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, it was. And I think from what another neighbor said, that she actually caught her SUV leaving the neighborhood right before that, or right after that. And so it was, she did all that and then came back. And then I guess that's when she put it on the Facebook page. But I also remember what I thought was very odd was shortly before that, another neighbor, so if their house is here, if you're going up Stafford, a little bit farther up Stafford, was actually the first one to ask, hey, what's all going on in the neighborhood? Because my older son left to go to work that morning, approximately 8 o'clock, and there was already police all up and down Stafford, like just covering it. And they were already out walking around and stuff. And so I don't know, I guess she saw some of that traffic as she was leaving to go to work, and she posted first on the Facebook page. And then Katie after that is when she posted, and I went back to find that, and that previous neighbor deleted her post.
What about Katie's post?
I don't know. No, the original post, the first post.
Yeah. It's no longer
the neighbor,
there.
It's gone. She had to have deleted it because you can't.
Why would she?
If you're not the creator of the post, you can't delete someone else's post. They have to delete it. But when I went back a couple weeks after everything happened and things kind of calmed down a little bit, I was talking to somebody else and I was like, I remember, didn't such and such make the post first? And this is a neighbor down the street from me, and she said, yeah, I remember that. And I was like, I wonder what the time frame was different. And I went back to look, and it was gone. So the original neighbor that very first posted asking what was all the commotion going on. And I still wonder if that's why Katie posted that. But then Chris, it was like 2 or 3 neighbors after. So Katie posted her comment or her post, and then several people commented after. I didn't see anything. She was asking, like, everybody check their cameras. I didn't see anything. And then Chris posted underneath that and simply said something like, yeah, my son's missing. That was it.
Oh. So what did it say, like, where the post was originating from, or was Chris around the neighborhood by then?
Okay, so I have twins, and when we first heard about everything, they jumped up and went running out of the house and went across the street down to where they live, and they walked over because they wanted to be a part of helping, look for him, and they went over there, and Chris was not there yet. So Seth was in 8:30.
8:30, okay.
8:20-ish. Yeah, because my oldest son had already left for work. He left about 8. Then my twins, when I got the phone call from the neighbor very nearby them, that is a good friend of mine, about 8:15, 8:20 that morning, asking if I had heard what would happen. And I had not yet, because I hadn't gotten going for the day yet. And then when my son texted me, I didn't answer. So he called my other boy's phone and asked them, hey, do y'all see what's going on? And they came around my room and said, hey, Mom, did you hear what happened? I was like, wait, what? What's going on? My phone's ringing. You guys are running in here. Like, what is happening here? And my neighbor was on the phone calling me. And so as soon as I heard the neighbor tell me the story, what happened, they went running out the door and went over there to kind of help, with the search and stuff. And they said that they saw Seth and Katie in the front yard and of course they didn't know the names back then. They just knew, like, now that they've seen pictures, they go back and say, yeah, it was Seth and Katie and Kathy Bauer Socks and a bunch of other police, law enforcement and stuff like that. But Chris was not there yet.
Interesting.
Well, he wasn't there then.
Now, where do you live relative to the Proudfoots?
I live at the very top of the hill on Kellen.
So the next street, the street that turns into Stafford.
The main street.
Main street coming in. So just basically what you're now go back to Katie, like what you know or what you heard. When was Katie driving around in her SUV, like a time frame? Like when do you think she was driving around in her SUV looking for passion, like she claims? Right.
So there's so many different things here, because the neighbor that I actually spoke with, that I'm friends with, she's the one that has the camera on the corner of Stafford and Kellen. And I'm not going to mention her name, but she's the one that the camera footage got leaked without her knowledge and her permission, that everybody has seen. But I've directly spoken with her. And then I also have directly spoken with a couple other neighbors that live very close to the Proudfoot's house. And the neighbor that I spoke with the very first time that morning, she said that when she was taking her kids to school, Katie was already back from looking. She had just got back from looking, and the kids have to be in school at 7:30. And so she normally leaves the house at 7 to take her kids to school. But Katie was already back and in the front yard, and all the cops and stuff were there. So she stopped for a minute to talk to her, took her to school. My neighbor that had the camera footage told me that her timeline is not working correctly, but when she puts it all together with the sunrise and then the bus coming through and all of that, she said it was approximately about 6 o'clock, 6:15, 6:20. It was right in between. Supposedly when she discovered him missing, supposedly she gets up, she runs around the house, she gets dressed, and she drives out of the neighborhood and that kind of thing and goes looking for him. But I know the neighbor next, if you're looking at the Prophet's house on the left, when she went running out of her house hysterical, the neighbor next to her was already out. You know, of course, everybody's getting up, getting ready for work, getting kids ready for school. Bus comes 6:45, 6:50-ish, 6:45, 6:50. It's been a long time since my kids have ridden the bus, so I have to really think about that one. But it's definitely before 7 because the kids have to be in school in class by 7:30. And we're the last picked up before he actually goes to school because we're right next to the school. So, you know, everybody was getting up and getting ready for work and everything. So she actually saw her out, and she asked her what was going on, and she told her. And so she actually walked around the house and was helping her look around the house. So she was already back from looking around 7.
Interesting. When she left to go look for Sebastian, I know that if you turn right going out of the Prophet, you go up the top of the hill, it's a cul-de-sac, or you go around and you can go up your street all the way at the back where the construction is. Did she, before she ventured out of the neighborhood, did she go up those roads, do you know of, to look?
Did she go up my road?
Your road or her road itself to the top of the cul-de-sac? You know, where
the only thing I was right. So the only thing I was told, of course, we nobody in my house was up or out yet, so I can't verify that because we weren't out yet. But the neighbor that told me that she saw her SUV drive across her driveway saw her leave.
Like
so that's right.
That's interesting. So you would think that maybe you stay in the neighborhood a little bit and go up and down your own streets. Looking around.
That was when she.
Right.
That was when she went. That was when she went to the school, thinking that he had walked to the school on his own, which I don't know why. He's never done that before. So why would he do that? I mean, like, why would he just walk to school by himself? Plus, he had no shoes on, supposedly. So, like, why would he walk to school by himself? So, but that's what I was told, that she actually walked around her house outside, didn't find him. So she got in her car and drove to the school.
And was back by 7. Around that time.
So at least actually before that.
Yeah. Does Sebastian, did he take the bus to school, or did Katie take him in her car?
From what the neighbors, of course, I don't have kids that ride the bus anymore. But from what the neighbor nearby said, that he did ride the bus. Now, the neighbor on the corner that has a surveillance camera said that there is a special bus that comes for certain kids that have special needs and whatever. And she said, I don't think he gets on that bus. I think he gets on the other bus. So that was what I was told. I can't verify that, so I can't answer that appropriately.
Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick because I want to come back to here. This neighbor supposedly lives up here. Is that correct?
That's what I'm gathering. Up by the retention pond.
Up by here? Oh, wait, by the retention ponds.
No, I'm sorry. Up by, up
here, by the entrance to the. Okay.
I'm thinking about the first you all went to the retention pond.
Let me see here.
When we first went all the way up to where that poles laying in the road where you can't go through.
Okay. How would her kids see all the cops?
Because it's up on the hill.
Up here? Where do you see all the... I don't see how you see the Proudfoot's house or the Stafford Court.
Because it's the top of the hill and it's nighttime, they're probably just seeing the lights.
Well, they said 6:30, 7 in the morning. It's already starting to rise around 6:45, around that time, isn't it?
I would have to check. I haven't lived there in several years.
I mean, yeah, I could see the cop lights, but I'm just curious. I don't know where she lives. I mean, I would have to, and not that I'm trying to discredit anything. I'm not trying to do that at
No.
all. I'm just trying to get a picture of the story here, and
So-
that's one of the questions I had was how in the hell, just because I've been driving up here, we can even go to my footage, you can't see the street.
Right.
You're an elevated part.
The other problem I had with her conversation was she said he would never walk to school.
Yeah, she just said that.
But Katie said early on that when Sebastian would get mad, he would go to his old school. Now, if he's going to walk 9.5 miles to his old school, then he's going to go to Beach, which is just down the road.
Yeah, right here. That's the school right here. So is that why you think? Because is that why you think maybe they went in this direction? Not that the dogs led them there, but that was one of the things she maybe mentioned to them.
Right.
Was hey, he would go run to his school. So maybe that's why they went by the retention pond and kind of the other retention pond, and then when you're at that other retention pond, because look, there's that other retention pond and there's the football field.
Yeah,
so
that freaked out from the get-go.
So that right there makes me wonder, is that why they went there? Not that the dogs led them there, but that's why, that's the route that they thought maybe he did walk. Over at the school. She even says how Chris got into it with her one evening and she got one. What do you mean, Teresa? Like they got into it? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, we're going to get through it. I just want to commentate. And at the same time, I'm trying to get the picture. I'm trying to get the picture in my head as we kind of get through it all. So I'm going to be pausing it in the future as well tonight. Just a heads up, Teresa. Just trying to let it sink in here. All right. Does anybody know where? So you just heard top of this hill. I could see like somebody up here, like this house right here would have a perfect view,
Yeah.
If it's this house.
The way she was describing it, it sounded like the top of Kellen Lane. But
see, if you're back here, you can already start to see those houses down there on the street.
Right. I mean, from the retention pond area, you can see that area, but you can't see the pond. They can't see their house.
Yeah.
Because it's higher up too.
Yeah, the elevation. Yeah. All right, we'll go back to this here. So, I mean, if she was calling the cops and they were on their way, I could see her driving to the school to see if maybe, I mean, if that's what you're saying, Busby, I could definitely see, if you can't see him inside, definitely drive up and down the street. And then also, if that is your fear that he would walk to the school, well, then, yeah, I could see how she would drive to the school to see if he made it to the school or whatever. And she would have to be back because if she's by herself, she's got to meet the cops. Now, Katie Bauer socks, they're not that far either. So she must have, I mean, it still is a good, to the Bauer socks, it still is a good 40-minute ride, no? Right? Let me see.
No, depending on which way you go.
Let me see. Let me get rid of it. 24 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 24 minutes, basically down one road. Go ahead, what, buddy?
I was gonna say just 20, but 24.
Yeah, just one road, basically. You just
like almost straight down the main road.
Right. So, I mean, that's, she probably was just sitting there and was able to hurry up and rush over there to be there. Because, she's by herself. Now, Seth, dang, man. Is that neighbor placing... So that neighbor placed Seth there at 8:20 to 8:30, correct?
I can't remember what she said.
I think she said that she's seen Seth and Katie outside talking with Katie Bowersox and the police around 8:20, 8:30 in the morning, I believe is what she said. And so he left right after. That's right. So 8:20, 8:30, Chris Proudfoot wasn't there yet. But Seth, Katie, and Kathy Bowersox were.
And Melissa.
What time did Chris supposedly get there? I thought it was around 8:30, wasn't it?
I thought it was 8 or 8:30.
Okay. We'll get more into this here. We'll switch back to it. All right. This is on 1.25 in case it sounds a little sped up for you guys.
Got you. So we're talking all law enforcement, all there, starting to descend on it.
Oh, 1 second. I do want to give a contribution call out here real quick. Oh my gosh, this dark mode, it's nice, but it's weird now. Contribution call out to Hide and Seek. Thank you for being a member for 4 months. Thank you for the kind words. Thank you to the angels. Thank you, baby angel kitty, as well. And trust me, we're going to have some surprises for you members coming up here very soon. Stuff I've been working on in the background as I've been doing some work out here.
To the area, 8 a.m.-ish, right? 8 a.m.-ish.
Well, they were there before that. They were already there and cars parked. By the time when my son went to work at 8, they were already there and already got clumped up together and starting to talk because they were already in the front yard talking to them. So they were, I don't know exact. I mean, I would say probably it was even before. I mean, they were probably there. I'm trying to remember what she said when she got ready to leave. She never said anything. The neighbor that called me and told me about it never mentioned law enforcement being there. She just said that Katie was outside walking around, upset and everything. And she asked her like, what's going on? But she didn't specify if there were law enforcement there, but they were already there and out of their cars and in the front yard at 8 o'clock. So they had to have been there before that.
Gotcha.
Any for a second.
Oh, go ahead, man.
What's bothered me about her statement she just made right then is it sounds like the community called each other and they did the whole telephone thing.
Yeah.
And she's kind of making assumptions instead of facts.
Yeah.
That's the part that's bothered me about that.
Yeah, and I think I remember now correct me if I'm wrong, because I did watch little bits of it here and there. I think the reason that I hopped off was because I felt like she was a nosy Nancy.
Yeah.
And was very over opinionated. Am I correct here? Because
I'm kind of feeling gossip's queen, but I mean she kind of knows everything going on. But
detective says she contradicted herself. Pretty much. Yeah, because as I'm watching it, I'm like, oh gosh, and that just kind of popped in my head. I was like, maybe I bounced because I was driving I think I was driving at this time when this was live, and I remember, I think it was like, the Nosy Nancy Facebook admin, over opinionated, you know what I mean? Like you go to those neighbors and they're always bitching about the other neighbor all the time.
Right.
You go to hang out and and like have a cup of coffee or something, or just catch up, and they're just like bitching about everybody else in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, man, come on, man. There's more to life than that. Hey, baby, come on, get down. I know, honey. Come here. Okay, here we go.
No, but I do know that he was there by the time my kids went over there, like I said, which was about 8:30. He was already there. And I also know that his truck his truck was there like off and on the whole time.
Gotcha.
But I don't know what time exactly.
So what happens to just explain to everybody then, what did law enforcement do at that point, like throughout the morning, once they all arrived there? Did more and more law enforcement come, or was there certain...
I told my neighbor down the street, I said, I didn't even know we had these agencies. I mean, like I've never in my life ever seen such a response. It was overwhelming. It was like, it kind of freaked me out. Like, oh my God, I feel like I'm living in a real life, like drama crime scene. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The very first that came out was the sheriff's department, because we live in the county. So sheriff's department respond first, because we're not part of the city. So they came out first, and they literally walked all up and down and around and everything. And then they came door to door, and asked everybody, who all had cameras and whatnot. What did you see? What do you know? Whatever. And then it was, now of course I'm having to really go back in my head. It's been a little while. It was later on that afternoon, they brought some dogs in, and they...
What's up, bro?
I need you to look at back chat for a second.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let's see.
The last two messages.
Yeah. At Messenger. Oh, I don't even have Facebook up. Kitty, get over here. What are you doing? I think I woke her up now just by saying hi.
Sorry about that.
You're good. Hold on. Baby.
They started walking around. They came around the houses and asked everybody to walk around their own property, look underneath stuff, and anything that's unlocked. So all of us up and down my street, everybody, my neighbors came out with me. She and I walked together, walked all up and down our yards, all across the street, up and through the cul-de-sac, down the street a little bit. There's a barbed wire fence behind us as of right now, where the new construction is, so you can't get over that, but we could walk around it. And so we both walked up and around that, just looked everywhere that was kind of close by. And then I noticed that they had the drones up, and of course the news was that was Tuesday. The news came out and was flying the helicopter around. It was chaotic. It was absolutely chaotic.
Did you see Seth and Katie out there looking? No,
not in our neighborhood. Never.
Never seen them walk around.
No, they were in their yard out, but never left their property. No. And I know for a fact because so Monday my kids were out with law enforcement, because at that point it was, we need all the neighbors come out, help us, look everywhere, whatever. So they were open to everybody coming in and help. So at that point, my kids jumped into one of those razor things and drove all up and through the property and stuff. And then my other one walked with the canine unit in the construction zone. He walked all the way through that. They literally, I had to call them at one point in time and tell them, y'all need to come home and have lunch. I mean, this is crazy. I know you want to help, but you got to come home and eat. And so then they came home, they ate, and then they went back out there, and they were out there with them all day Monday, all day Tuesday. And then, so Tuesday we had SWAT. That was the day we had the vigil. And it was interesting because we put out a post on the neighborhood group that we're having a vigil, and everybody's invited, but we want it to be just the neighborhood only, because we want it to be a private vigil just for our neighborhood and for the family. We were hoping if we made it more personal like that the family would come and they wouldn't be overwhelmed with all this. That was the other thing. Good God, the traffic. The second that it got out, we had tons of people just driving up and down the street. just looking and watching. I'm like, I don't know what you're going to do to help. We're flooded already with, police. I don't know what outsiders coming in are going to do. I mean, it was chaotic as it was anyway. And now you got all these extra people coming out there. So it just got so chaotic. But
because people, you have to go back to where it all started. If people are coming there to help, you need to go to the spot where it started so you can figure out where you can help.
Exactly.
Man, already that upset, like right away, already upset that there was people driving up and down the road when they were coming there to help.
They're used to quiet, nobody around.
Hell? Yeah, but you know what? It's a development. It's going to get busier and there's going to be more roads. I mean, yeah, you're probably cool being able to chill with just a few houses, and then a few got added, in the last year or so, and it's been a nice quiet off the beaten spot, but you knew what you were getting into. Just because you're one of the first few freaking houses that were built doesn't mean that, I mean, I don't know. That's just, I don't know. If I was a neighbor and I was really truly trying to help and I was concerned, why would I, if somebody's driving up and down the road, hey, can I give you, hey, what's up? Can I help you out?
Yeah.
Can I give you, I already told this car to go here, go this way,
Instead of getting mad about it, how can I help you search?
Right. Hey, I just told these 5 cars to go this way. How about, go in this direction? When you get out there and you're looking around, come back and report. They're going to have a headquarters at so and so. If they don't have a headquarters, then make one. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a way that, why would you turn or get an attitude about any kind of community help? That's what you need, is the community's help in order to have a lot of these cases get any kind of advancement. I don't know. It's just, it seems like this is probably where when I'm watching it, I was probably like, what the hell, lady? That's probably where I started. I'm imagining as we get into more of it, that's probably where I'm going to get like, oh, I bet you this is where I bounced.
Yep. She's intense.
Has she been on any other shows since, or is this the only time that she's...
That's the only one that I really remember on. But man, I mean, even in normal speed, this woman talks a lot and fast.
Yeah. Yeah, does anybody know? Has she been on, any other shows, or has she been a figure on social media or something? Called into well, who cares about that? That's just Yoda Leahy who circle driving in a car shit. That ain't nothing. I'm just being real. I mean, I continue to say it, and y'all continue to watch it, and y'all see the same shit driving in a fucking
Sorry,
car.
I had to laugh.
It's like people think you're lying. It's like, no, go to every fucking stream. You'll see what I mean.
Yep.
Sorry. All right. So, hey, kitty, stop now. I might have to put her up. She's getting a little rumptious here. Come on, baby. All right.
But so Tuesday night we planned the vigil, went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody, and there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties. One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other 2 are from other counties. They came to the vigil. And matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well, good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoots sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots? Aunt and uncle?
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are Maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
Maybe
Katie
that's what it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle.
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles.
Why
So I
didn't
guess
Chris,
Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Proudfoots. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim
Yes.
they were.
That's correct.
Okay, wait a minute. I thought Seth was at every one of them. Is this something that she put together and they didn't show up or something?
I think she's talking about Melissa Proudfoot.
I mean, I can see somebody coming up and saying, "Yo, we're not gonna." Okay, we can tell you our name, and then the next thing you're gonna do is ask us what our association is to the family, and so let's just skip the BS. We're aunt and uncle. I don't see nothing suspicious about that. I could see people getting tired of saying their names and then that they're aunt and uncle.
Yeah, we're the aunt and uncle. Can we just get on with what we're trying to do here?
Yeah.
Skip the small talk.
So is that what took place? Because she said Seth wasn't at that one. I thought he was at all the vigils because he organizes most of them, I believe. So when it comes to this one, is this a vigil that was put on from the neighbors trying to bring attention? And
that may have been the neighbors' vigil.
Seth didn't show up because he didn't probably even know about it, because he's not part of their little neighborhood Facebook group.
They wanted, from what I can remember, is they wanted their own neighborhood vigil for some reason or another. This way back in the beginning. And that may have been the one that he didn't attend. But I've seen him at a buttload of other ones.
Why would you want your own neighborhood vigil? Wouldn't you want as many people to show up as possible?
Didn't make sense to me either when I heard it. You know?
Seth, yeah, so what? He doesn't live there. He should have been invited. He's the damn dad. I mean,
and wasn't Seth camping out in their driveway in his truck?
Yeah, for 3 days is what they were saying.
You know?
For 3 days.
I mean, if the man's already there, unless the vigil happened after he left, I don't know. I'm just, this case, man.
I don't know. Any vigil that I've seen or been to, or they wanted as many people as they could.
It'd be a lot easier to say how many vigils has Chris and Katie been to. That answer.
I mean, regardless. You know, when it comes to the vigil, the point is she's got a hold of this cord. Come here. The point is to bring awareness. And you can't bring away. I mean, yeah, you can have 10 people out there, but no, it's not a gated community. You can drive right through it.
No, not at all.
Not a gated community at all. One of my videos, I have a side view and a front view driving through the whole neighborhood. You can check it out. And if you guys, if you have 2 tabs side by side, you can literally hit play on that one and play on that one. And it's like you're sitting in the vehicle looking out the front window and the right window. Because I timed them at the same time so you could play them at the same time. I don't know. It just that seems weird to me too. Just a vigil but it could, you know, I'm just me. I don't know. That's just my opinion. It seems odd to me.
Right.
Just a neighborhood one.
Yes.
I got 2 questions back on the first day. When do you know that Chris arrived home?
I did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them.
Come here, baby.
Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them.
When did they move in?
Says that.
You know?
Oh, hold on.
I think.
Go ahead. What?
Listen to the way she says that. Like, We don't know them. They're not in the in crowd or something, Just her tone is
Let me do it
all
normal. Let me do it normal speed too. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it in time. Let's see.
I don't know if it's too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, Tuesday night we planned the vigil. Went down there, got in a big circle, introducing everybody, and there's neighbors. I don't want to get too personal here. There are neighbors. Actually, we have I think 2, maybe 3 sets of neighbors that are in law enforcement. They're in different counties. One of them is actually a part of Hendersonville Police, and then the other 2 are from other counties. They came to the vigil. And matter of fact, the one that is part of Hendersonville has been in a neighborhood since almost the beginning. Know them very well, good people. And he was down there with a flashlight because we had so many people driving up and down and around and circling and going up and down and circling and coming back and forth. And we're just like, good grief. The Proudfoots sent, I don't know who it was, but they came down and we were all introducing ourselves, and they introduced themselves as aunt and uncle.
The Proudfoots?
Don't have a
aunt and uncle?
Proudfoots. Apparently, I don't know if it was somebody's brother, or that's what they introduced themselves as. We are, maybe it was Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Chris and
maybe
Katie
that's what it was.
Chris and Katie said they were their aunt and uncle?
Well, it wasn't. Chris and Katie didn't come. They sent family members, and when they introduced themselves as we're aunts and uncles. So I guess Sebastian's aunt and uncle.
Why didn't Chris? Did Seth go?
No.
So no Seth, no Proudfoots. They basically sent their own representatives, family members that claim they were aunt.
That's correct. Yes.
I got 2 questions back on the first day. When do you know that Chris arrived home?
I did not, because I didn't know. I had never met them. They moved in and nobody knew them. Like, I still don't know anybody that really knows them. Like, nobody ever really knew them. When
did they move in? Do you know?
I think, well, so apparently it was a year and a half ago.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and they just stayed to themselves, and nobody really even knew them. I didn't even know that the original owners sold their house, and not because we don't, our neighborhood is just a real quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But we don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just have busy lives and stuff, and we just don't know. I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like, I know all the neighbors around me. I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Gotcha. Somebody put in the chat, what time does the trash get picked up in the morning?
That is the biggest misconception. Here we go with the whole light thing, right? This is where we're going. So
one more thing first. The very first day.
Go ahead, buddy.
She's getting excited. Did you hear that?
Yeah.
She's like, oh, I know that answer too.
Yeah.
She's loving this.
Yeah, she is. That's the way I'm taking it. I mean, I've seen people typing that she was afraid to do this interview, but to me, it sounds like she's loving the limelight.
Yeah.
Like, you can tell, like when she first said aunt and uncle, she made it sound like Chris and Katie were saying that. And when I heard her say that, I remember thinking this back when I was first watching it. I remember saying to myself, I wonder if she tells that to some of the other neighbors,
right?
In her little story. Because I remember getting the impression that this is just some nosy Nancy that is a gossip queen.
This is where the misinformation and the hot dog steaks start.
When was this? Hold on. This was only June 9th. So this is, oh yeah, because I was out this was my
You were doing
my first week stint here out for Micah Miller's case was towards the end of my first stint there.
Yeah.
During this, so I was driving, yeah. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I was afraid to do an interview. I don't know. Maybe she wanted, you know what I mean? Like, you see, most of the time, people, they'll just call in. You know what I mean? Most of the time, people just call in. And shout out to the ones, you know what I mean? Because we all have our faces on here, too. But it's always the comfort of the guests. So if she was afraid, I don't see... Normally, if somebody is afraid, they wouldn't have their camera on, and they would have a picture that wasn't their face, and they might even change their name, you know.
Change the name and everything else.
Even if it's just anonymous. Teresa has a good question. Were there any other neighbors that did any interviews? Does anybody know that too? I don't think so. I don't think there was there?
I can't recall any right now, but I mean, hers has been the one that's been played the most and gone over
75K. Shout out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there has been any other ones. But this is what surprised me, what she just said too. She's lived in the neighborhood. She is this nosy Nancy. She didn't even realize that the previous owner sold that house. And doesn't know who's moved there the last 5 years. To me, that's weird. I would think that you know every single little tidbit and what car they drive and when their insurance is due.
Tells you she knew the previous owners.
So, but how could you? I don't know. It's almost like, I don't know. It's two things. Either she knows as much as, she knows all of the stuff we think she does, but then plays it off like, oh no, I don't know I didn't even know the previous owner sold the house, which I would find that hard to believe, because if you've been in that neighborhood for over 5 years, you probably consider yourself the mayor of the neighborhood. I was one of the first houses. I know what's best. Like, you have them telling you how to, I would cut that lawn if I was you. That's getting a little long, isn't it? The people that tell you what color to paint your house and shit. So to not know who's moved in and out of the neighborhood the last 5 years, and you didn't even know that the Proudfoots even moved into that home and they were living there for the last year and a half. Something's up. It's either you don't know shit or you know a whole bunch of shit and you're playing it off like you don't know shit. Something don't make sense. Something don't make sense because you don't know a whole bunch of stuff. You're not going to be the admin of the neighborhood group chat if you don't know anything.
Right.
So there's some confliction here. And it's on one extreme to the other, and those don't wash at all. It's like hot and cold. Good luck. I don't know. So that's weird to me too. She doesn't want to be brought to court. You think she knows what happened? You think she knows what happened?
I don't know. She seems pretty.
She lives way up on the hill. I think she relies on the other neighbors to tell her what the hell, and then she just kind of dictates shit. Like I said, when you're
the spokesperson.
Yeah, when you're one of the first houses in the development, you automatically become the mayor. It's just when you own a house, you know what I'm talking about when you live in those neighborhoods.
We've seen mayors in other situations too.
Oh, they even come up and introduce themselves to you as the mayor of the block. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I did not know. mayor of the block.
I don't know. But she did say there, they like it quiet. Everybody's always quiet. And then this big uproar, that's probably why everybody got ticked off so quickly.
It probably was quiet. I mean, imagine you got a development that's just got a couple streets. How long she's lived there? Probably only had the closest house was like a block over.
Right.
Probably just was enjoying the nice quiet. But you got to understand, I mean, when you move into a development, yeah, the first house is going to be like that, but man, it's going to fill up. That's another thing that's crazy to me, but it makes sense as well when it comes to when you did your recon video and you went back to the area, and we were shocked how they didn't have more development done in that construction area. But it makes sense now, because if she's telling me this development has been in the works for 5 years or longer, that's way too freaking long considered to normal development of a housing project. So
also look at how expensive them things are too.
Yeah, but usually you have them already, most of them pre-built.
I'm getting the feeling they are pay first and we'll build them later. Put a down payment on it or whatever. That's what I'm getting a feeling of.
Yeah, it's probably not some big time housing company that already has them. Oh crap!
No, I don't think it's a housing company out of California or nothing like that.
All right. Which way neighborhood? Yeah, the HOAs are crazy too, man. You can only have 5 colors on your house and stuff. I don't know. I need more freedom than that.
I can remember when that subdivision used to be nothing but woods.
Yeah. Probably 10 years ago at their route with how they build stuff, right?
Right.
10 years ago. It took that long. It's crazy. It's not even that developed either. It's not even that developed. They are custom builds, detective says. Probably. And Busby's probably right. They don't build it until you freaking pay for it, which most housing developments, most of them are pre-built, and then they save a couple they save a couple lots for the custom ones.
Yeah, I'll have to dive into that and see who the company is that.
Yeah, what building company? Yeah, see how big they are. It's just I used to work in construction. I ran housing developments, and because I ran different sites and cities, and I'm telling you, man, that shit was like literally 3 weeks the house was built. Maybe
I know
month,
people that live around there, and I know people that are construction workers that live around there. Yeah. So I'll just throw out a question to some of them.
Well, the ones I was doing, it wasn't $500,000. It was about they were about $300,000 homes around that area back in the late 90s is when I was doing it.
That's
late 90s.
Expensive in the 90s, man.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But it was a different time too. Them houses were, like I said, man, it was like, because I had to manage each crew that came in to work on each house and make sure everybody was on time and was on schedule and all that. So, and basically it was like the whole city. I had to kind of keep track and coordinate. And they were, it was just like pumping out like crazy. Like 3 weeks, man, it was completely done. And I remember sitting back going, man, these are so cheap. You know what I mean? You see how quick it is. You see how it's built, and you see the gizzards as it's happening, and you're like, damn, these are cheap, dude. All right, we'll get back to this. Thank you all for hanging out. Appreciate you. Please hit the like if you haven't yet, and if you're not subscribed to Busby, please consider doing so. He's our special guest tonight.
The dogs. You saw dogs out there. You saw.
Oh yes,
Did you
absolutely.
see the dogs going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine and actually watched. He followed them all through the construction zone. And one of my kids actually saw one of the dogs take the handler to one of the retention ponds. And not only did he go to the retention pond, he ran to it and jumped in it. And the handler had to go and get him and take him out of the water and then dry him off. And my son looked over at the handler and said, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like that before." He looked at me and said, "He's never done that before." And my son said, "Why did he just jump in that?" He said he was following a scent. And then the other
on that, did they?
Okay, hold on, dude. What freaking dog? Okay, pause.
Yeah, hold the phone.
What dog that is properly trained and following a scent jumps in the fucking water?
First of all, her comment right there was complete hearsay.
And they couldn't have been with the handler, bro. You got to be far back away so they can do what they're doing so they're not distracted. At least 50 feet.
If indeed her kids were literally with the handlers, this shit was messed up from the beginning.
Right. It was just, it had to be distracted.
Screw all evidence and everything else. This was messed up from the beginning if that actually did factually happen.
And if you had all those people driving up and down the road and walking up and down the road that you were that pissed off.
So much evidence.
And your children are out there with the handler. It sounded to me like the police couldn't handle all the people. How was the dog supposed to... Yo,
that dog's nose had to be going fucking crazy, man. With all the scents going on out there at that time.
That sounds like it sounds to me like, because what, dude, seriously, what? Yeah, we'll play it again here in a second. What dog that's properly trained, following a scent, follows the scent and jumps in the pond? It doesn't happen. They stop, they sit, they mark with their little the little sign that they're going to give you when they found something. They're very reserved when it comes to going outside of the boundaries of what they're supposed to do if they're properly trained.
Normally, and I'm not a freaking director of any kind of search team or nothing like that, but normally from what I've seen, they'll go and lay down or they'll sit.
Right. Yes, and they will grunt or give like a sigh, or move with their paw. They'll mark with their paw. They're not gonna run up to the pond and jump in, and then for him to say, "Well, he's never done that before." Yeah, probably.
I mean, unless that dog's nose was so overloaded with the different scents, he was like, "Screw this," and just jumped in.
Yeah, because it's not like it was the middle of the summer, bro. It wasn't hot as shit, and he needed to cool off, right? It was February.
Right.
So to me, it sounds like the dog was so distracted, didn't know what to do, didn't know what to follow. They were just kind of letting him go. And I'm sorry, it's kind of like, like I'm saying, if you like take your dog out for a walk and he's sniffing along the sidewalk. You can sit there and pretend it's a scent that he's following, but no, he's just smelling,
I would love to know how long they've had that dog. Was the dog handler the same one that's had that dog? And when was that dog's last training?
Right. That's why I was asking a long time ago. I want to know the credentials of this officer.
Right.
I want to see what his training is, because that's why I felt as for a long time that people you know, I know like people can say dogs fuck up, but I'm gonna tell you right now, the human will fuck up a hell of a lot more than a dog would.
So, but if you think about it this way, though, if the dog ran and jumped in the pond, like they're stating, that means that the handler had to have not been holding the leash for the dog to run and jump in the water.
No, I don't know. I'm sure they could have, because when they, well, I mean, normally when they're out there, they don't have them on a leash. They're letting them run. They kind of walk with them.
Yeah,
And so the dogs are searching and they're looking around, but they're continually looking back at the handler to make sure that they're in the bounds that they're supposed to be, and they're doing their work, but they're looking back constantly at the handler. So the handler isn't going to have them on a leash most of the time. They're going to be looking back at them and kind of walking with them.
I've never seen them without a leash. I've seen them with like a 20-foot lead.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen them without.
Never seen them without it.
Yeah.
But they're also responsible to have control of that dog at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So.
Well, yeah. Most of it, like all of them, are real obedient. You know what I mean? Yeah, if they're trained. But I could definitely see a dog going off course because the person handling him wasn't making sure he had the proper area to do what he needed to do without distraction.
Right.
They're trying to go off of skin cells,
If the handler was feeling nervous that day, the dog's going to know he's feeling nervous too.
Yeah. Yeah. Like detective said, overstimulated. Right. Gonna go crazy. The dog's gonna do stuff the dog normally doesn't do because of an overstimulated atmosphere.
Right.
With that. All right. So we'll rewind this again here. Let's see. 2254. We'll see what she says again. Hopefully I get rewound it enough here.
Quiet neighborhood. Everybody kind of stays to themselves, except for, if you need something, or if a dog, a pet gets out, or if somebody goes on vacation, hey, will you watch my house, that kind of thing. But we don't really, unfortunately, I think everybody's just have busy lives and stuff, and we just don't know. I mean, like each neighbor knows the neighbor next to them. Like I know all the neighbors around me, and I know a lot of their original neighbors that were there from day one, but I don't know the ones that have moved in over the past 5 years. And I think with COVID, that kind of messed everything up too.
Gotcha. Somebody put in the chat, what time does the trash get picked up in the morning?
That is the biggest misconception. Here we go with the whole light thing, right? This is where we're going. So
one more thing first. The very first day, the dogs. You saw dogs out there.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine and actually watched. He followed them all through the construction zone. And
so her kids, but then he followed them. What?
Right.
Kids multiple, then he.
First of all, there was no scent that led anywhere.
That's what she said too. There was no scent that led anywhere.
Yep, I caught that. That was okay.
Right, yeah. I was like, whoa. And then she said he. But then she said kids, then he. So that kind of changed up too.
Right. She should have.
You saw dogs out there.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
She should have said allegedly in her opinion.
Something. Yeah, Yoli. She's saying that her kids were following the handler all over.
Yep.
And she's also saying that people were driving up and down the road. People were walking up and down the road. She was getting mad. And all of that is going on. People are following the cops, walking around, standing there. People are driving around, walking up and down. And you have dogs trying to follow a scent. No wonder they couldn't follow a scent from the freaking house.
It
if
must
that's what
be
if
chaos,
that's
dude.
true, right? Like, dude, I can't imagine that dog trying to all of that activity going on, all the different smells flying off. Listen, if you got all them people and cars and all that stuff, that's a lot of different smells flying around in that area, man.
A whole lot of different smells.
And landing on top of the skin cells that were already dropped from Sebastian.
Right.
So it's almost like, I don't want to say it because I will. It's almost like people didn't know what the hell they were doing.
I would agree with you.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. But I'm just going off of what she's saying, and she's already contradicted.
No direction at all in that search. It sounds like people just willy nilly walking everywhere.
Mm-hmm. But I mean,
yeah, if allegedly this is true, then this case was screwed from the beginning.
I mean, see, I was sitting here thinking like things were kind of closed off, and like it was, like SOB, uncontrolled crime, like it was a controlled crime scene. That's what I'm thinking of. You listen to the dispatch audio, it sounds like it's effective. They're moving quick, but dude, listen. But who knows? No, this is her story. You know what I'm saying? We can't take it like it's
this was call your neighbors, call your mama. We got this. We'll find him. Just God.
I tell you though, this lady concerns me.
It's aggravating. Sorry.
Yeah. No, this lady concerns me. I feel. I bet you that's where some of this shit came from, and I could see why somebody would be pissed at her when she's talking to, like you're going out there saying all this shit.
She's saying statements factually. She's not saying, allegedly or anything like that, or in my opinion. Mm-hmm. She's stating them as facts.
Right.
Which is not correct.
And going off of witness statements from her kids.
Especially if it's hearsay. I mean, how old were the kids?
I don't know, probably high schoolers. I wouldn't see her letting her under teenage children run around and follow, canine handlers and stuff. I'd imagine they'd have to be teenagers. If she's letting them run around and follow everybody.
I don't know. I'm just saying this call makes it sound like it was just insane and unorganized.
It's such a little area though. You know what I mean? Like how much chaos could have came in that few block area. It's such a small.
The whole area is what? Maybe 10 acres?
It's small. It's a small area. And I don't see people from one side of Hendersonville hearing about a missing child going to the other side of Hendersonville. I don't see that either.
No.
Because with all these other missing children cases, do you see that taking place in those other ones that happen in the same town? No, So I don't see people going across town. So it's just
most of the people, in my opinion, that are in Hendersonville and Gallatin only go to one area from all over those cities, and that's Indian Lake Boulevard. Everybody goes to Indian Lake because Indian Lake Boulevard has all the shops. It has a lot of grocery stores. It's got the movie theater. It's got the bowling alley. It's got everything in that one strip. I mean, that's where
Something just seems. It seems like maybe she's blowing some shit out of proportion or something, making herself more important than what she is.
yeah, she may be gaslighting a little bit.
Something just seems off with this. It's probably why I quit watching it before, but we're gonna watch it some more here. We're still gonna rewind and we're gonna check out what she just said again here when it comes to her kids and he and the dogs.
Oh, and
So
so
one more thing first. The very first day, the dogs. You saw dogs out there. You saw.
oh yes,
Did you
absolutely.
see the dogs going a specific direction or area? Did you see them centered around a certain area, or did they pick up any scent?
Okay, so there was no scent that was picked up from their house to anywhere. However, and my kids were with the handler and the canine and actually watched. He followed them all through the construction zone.
How many were there? How many canine handlers were there?
Oh, I've heard a variety. I've heard from
5 or
four.
6? I think Trey said 5 or 6, right?
Yeah, I've heard all the way from 4 to 12 by now. You know, but
19 says UA Crimson Tide.
see,
19.
the number keeps getting bigger.
No, not total. I'm saying like that day, that morning. Okay, so 19 over the course of the investigation. That makes sense. There's been a lot of different searches out there,
Right.
throughout this whole time. That makes sense. 19. But I'm saying that morning. That morning, she's talking about the dog handler, her son or kids, whichever you want to take it, was with the one that jumped in the pond. 5 or so that day. Okay, that's what I was hearing too, like 5 or
That's what
so.
I was hearing.
Okay. So why isn't she saying it's almost like she's talking that there was only one dog handler too.
That's the one she's focusing on.
But wouldn't she say there was a bunch of dog handlers out there?
Well, if she was at home and she lives at the top of Kellen Lane
She
area,
would see him.
and the kids followed them through the construction site over to the retention pond, then the only dog she saw was that one.
Yeah, but I thought dogs went through. I thought there was more than one dog that went through the construction site. I thought they kind of spread out, and she would have had to see more than one. Because if you're looking,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
well, so if you're looking, so if you are in this neighborhood, if you're in this neighborhood and you do live, and you do live up over here, okay, then you would have had to see dogs going all around here in this area. You would have seen dog handlers probably come up in this area. If you really do stay right there, you would have seen dog handlers coming up this road, coming up over here, and over here in this area too, being at the top of the hill, living at one of these houses. So to me, because as we've listened, we're only 22 minutes in and we've been listening to it, she only refers to one dog being there. And if we didn't know that there were more than one dog there, then we would come away from this story that there was only one canine handler.
Exactly.
There. She talks about all these other people driving up and down the road and walking up and down the road and all this other stuff. Well, you sure did pay attention to all that. Wouldn't you have paid attention to the other dogs that were here too. And wouldn't you include that in your story? Yeah, my kids went with this dog, and there was other dogs over here, and they were searching up on this, and maybe
You would think so.
That's what I would think. And Teresa, it's all good if we disagree. That's the beautiful thing about the peace, positivity, and progress is we all have our own theories, thoughts, and opinions, and we all do it respectfully. So it's okay to disagree. We're not one of those channels where you got to agree with us or else you're assed out. All right, we'll get back to this. This is where she discusses the dogs and her kids here. Oh, hold on. It said my screen lost audio. Screen share. Okay, 1 second. That's weird. Okay, it should be back. Let me know if the sound's not working here.
And one of my kids actually saw one of the dogs take the handler to one of the retention ponds. And not only did he go to the retention pond, he ran to it and jumped in it. And the handler had to go and get him and take him out of the water.
Had to go get it.
And then dry him off.
Had to
my
go
son
get
looked
it.
over the handler and said, "Oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like that before." He looked at me and said, "He's never done that before."
Had to go get it.
Why did he?
Go ahead, buddy. Had to go get him.
Had to go get him. But she also said one of my kids saw one of the dogs.
Okay.
What she just said.
All right.
So now there's more than one.
Had to go get him. I haven't heard that either. The dog handler had to go get the dog too. What the hell was it running from? Then?
Dog wasn't on a leash.
What was it running from? It almost sounds to me like it was scared.
What was it running from or running to?
I think running from.
Yep.
Because the dog handler had...
That means that dog handler did not have control of the dog if he had to go
Oh,
get
hell no. No. That dog would have stopped at the edge and barked.
Yep. He did not have control of him.
Right. And if it was that strong of a hit, which, let's be honest, if it was, there would have been a sign if there's that strong of a hit, because there would be something there that they would be hitting on if it was that strong. Let's just be honest. If it was going to jump in the water, so then at that time, why would you go and grab the dog? I don't know. Something just don't make any... It doesn't make sense about this. Something just don't make sense.
He just jumped in that. He said he was following a scent. And then the other...
On that? Did they go in the water? Did they stake scuba divers or anything in there?
Supposedly, when I told Seth that, when I met him at the most recent vigil, he said they drained the pond twice and nothing. But not only did I see that, but when on day 3, I think it was Wednesday, when National Guard came through and they had their dogs. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They were all up and down through the neighborhood. That's why when everybody said, the police aren't doing enough, I have some of my own personal thoughts about that, but I will tell you right now, we had we had the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we had Hendersonville Police, we had state troopers, we had National Guard, we had drones, we had helicopters, we had canines, we had 2 sets of different canines, and the National Guard brought theirs. So we were flooded. Okay, so back to the whole dog.
Let's do the trash, because the trash is what everyone is like curious about. The time the trash picks up, and then in reference to the lights, we're going to talk about the 3:10 a.m. lights. Let's talk about the trash. What do you know?
So our trash gets picked up by J.E. McMurtry Disposal, has for many, many, many years. They used to, a few years back, they would pick up around 6:30-ish, but then the bus was coming through and it was making it hard for them to come through with the bus, and all the kids were out and it was just chaotic. So they switched it, and now they go down my street about 5:30, 5-ish, between 5:15-ish, 5:20, something like that, every Monday morning. That's going down my hill, though. That's not when they come in and they're going around it. That's when they're coming back down. So, yeah.
I mean, that's an extra, what, 20 minutes? How long does it take for the trash truck guy to go through the whole entire neighborhood?
And the other...
Okay, so based off of what she just said, I'm thinking she lives over here. I wonder if she lives right here. Because she's not going to pay attention. Listen, she's going to know what time that trash comes if she's going out there at the last minute to put something in the trash can. And when she's saying she doesn't know what time they come through, she just knows what time they're coming down the hill. That means that she lives on this side of the street.
Yep.
Because that's what she's paying attention to when she has to put something out at the last minute or tell her kids to hurry up and take the garbage out to the side of the street before the trash truck comes. I guarantee she lives in one of these houses right here.
2-story.
Guaranteed. Okay.
Misconception is a lot of people are saying that they have to hand dump the trash bin in there. They don't. It's a new truck. They have an arm and it does it for them. So that was another thing where they're having to pick up these big. No, they're not. They have an arm. They roll it over to the arm, connect it to the arm, and they dump it. You can hear it. I mean, it's not quiet. It's loud. I mean, you hear the arm doing all that. So by the time they collect the trash coming up the street, though, not going down it. They're collecting it as they come up. So I guess they're probably in the neighborhood just like around 5, just before 5.
And they're out of there before the buses come.
Yes.
Or the bus come, or the
Absolutely.
You said buses. Where's the trash go?
Oh, it gets dumped in either Nashville or Gallatin. If Nashville is full, they'll temporarily dump it to Gallatin. And then once, I guess, Nashville gets in it, whatever, then they'll transport to Nashville. The big misconception was that the neighborhood behind us, they get picked up by a different company on Tuesdays. So that's a whole different thing.
Is that construction development you're talking about?
Well, that was the dumpster that everybody was asking about. How is it possible that, whatever, that the dog hit over there as well? The second dog that was out walking hit also by the trash dumpster. And the trash dumpster owner found that out when law enforcement told him that we got a hit by the dumpster. The owner of the dumpster called them back and said, okay, we dumped our trash on this certain day, Tuesday, whatever, on that certain day in Kentucky. So you guys need to go and get a warrant, obviously.
Okay, okay, hold on a minute. She was saying that there was no scent or trails at all in the neighborhood, and now she's talking like there was scent and trails.
Exactly.
What the hell?
Her story's all over the damn place.
Because we paused it and we went, no scent. See, she said no scent, no trails. Now she's talking about dog hits?
Yeah. What does she think they hit on? A scent?
Oh my lord. I'm wondering, this is what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if because the general public is watching these dog handlers, and the one jumps in the pond, and instead of saying, sorry, Billy, I just don't know how to do it very good, I'm just going to say, hey, guess what, Billy? That was a hit. Because I don't want you to think that I fucked it up.
Right.
Is that where this... at the dumpster, too, right? There was a hit at the...
The hit at the dumpster is what led them to go to the dump, is what I'm thinking.
I thought the witness statement from the trash people saying that it was heavier than normal is what made it go to the freaking landfill, not that there was a dog hit.
That's the other thing that she's now contradicted, because people are saying, the actual employees were saying it was heavier than normal.
Right.
And now she's saying an arm picks it up. So how would they know if it's heavier than normal if the arm picks it up?
Well, because you got to move. Well, because if it's not... Normally you have your trash sitting in a spot where they can just drive by and do it. But I don't know. Maybe I had heard there was somebody that said that they have to move it in place or something. I don't know. You know what I need to do? I need to make a trip back down there and follow a damn trash truck. You know what I mean? That's what I need to do. I need to go back down there, follow a damn trash truck, and show people what the hell these trash trucks do, because I'm not understanding this.
I'll be
I'm
going
not.
next. I'll be going again next month.
Well, I'll probably be going in a week and a half or something, maybe a week. I'll swing by there and follow a trash truck and fucking see exactly, you know what I mean? Because I don't understand it. We're hearing all these different stories, and then like right here, you just said no scent 10 minutes ago, and now you're talking about all these dog hits and places we didn't even know that there was a damn dog hit. It doesn't make sense. I'm not understanding it. It seems to me like somebody was excited to do this interview. I don't know if they were nervous, or scared. I could see somebody like her being excited to do this damn interview, and I'm gonna tell you and act like I know more than what I do, you know?
Yeah, it sounds like excitement, but is it nervous excitement or is it true excitement?
I think it's a nosy Nancy that was glad that she got to hop on and
Get her 15 minutes of fame.
exactly, because
We've
you're
seen
making
that.
all these contradictory statements on. And
We've seen that a few times in this case already.
what's up, Nita? This is some, I don't know.
Lord, I just now saw the link.
Oh, you're good. I think she's overdoing it too, Tracy.
Oh my gosh. Now I know why I didn't watch this interview.
I remember I totally forgot about it, and then as we started to watch it, and I'm like, wait a minute, I bounced out of this one for something.
Well, I know that. I mean, because if I guess you've already picked up on the whole clandestine, and I mean, it's like their neighborhood. You stay out of it. You stay away from it. They don't care what's happening. You just keep it away from them.
Yeah,
exactly. They like their quiet neighborhood.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't care. Let me rephrase. It appears and looks like that they didn't care what was going on. They just wanted to be nosy about it. And then they just wanted it as far away from them. I mean, I sit and read a statement just a few minutes ago from one of the neighbors talking about how they were sick over it because it was that close, and how Katie had been accused of having an affair with one of them in the neighborhood. And I was like, my gosh, this is terrible.
Well, I mean, the guy that they're talking about, I think I had an interaction with him when I was there. Because that dude, does anybody remember when I was live and I can't remember who it was. Somebody pulled up next to me while I was, who was I with? I could have swore, oh, I had Najee in the car. I had Officer Najee in the car. And we were driving around going to different places, and that was when we were sitting there talking. There was another streamer, and she was talking to us about where we were searching, I think. And all of a sudden, this guy in this really nice, like flashy blue truck didn't even like pull up behind me and wait. He just literally drove. I got the impression that he literally got in his truck on purpose to drive up behind me, lay on my horn, or lay on his horn, and then as he's driving by, screaming at me like, "Get out!" or some shit. Like, I have it on video. But yeah, I always felt like, dude, like that's a little bit of an overreaction, but at the same time, that's when people were like flying freaking drones above in their neighborhood, which is a no-no. If you're a drone flyer, it's just common courtesy not to pull it up in neighborhoods, for privacy or whatever. But it was, I got the impression that dude there was something just weird about it, with how you could see the vein in his neck like popping out as he's screaming by. Like seriously, as he's screaming driving by, like, get out of here, just, and I'm just like, whoa, dude. So I was with Najee. I'll have to go back and see when that was. I think that was maybe April 17th, around that time period, the middle of April somewhere. I might have it on the title where I was out there with Najee, but yeah, it was on the live stream. You can see the guy like pull, you can hear him scream at me, and then you see him pull in front of my car as he's driving away. He didn't even come up and stop behind me. He just like came up behind me and came around me and just laid on his horn.
Road rage.
Oh, big time, dude. That's when I was like, yo, that is an over exaggeration, like I was literally only there in that spot for just a minute or two. It wasn't that long at all. And then this dude, it was almost like with, like with how JP, pulled up behind Protest J, just right up behind. Yeah, it's like, whoa, dude.
Right.
So I don't know. It's just weird. It just, I don't know. This lady's kind of doing some contradictions too. So it's just hard to, you got to take it all with a grain of salt. There's no scent one moment, and now there's a whole bunch of dog hits another. Yeah, another Miller, right? SOC. It was crazy, yo. Like, it was nuts. It was nuts how upset this dude was. I was just like, damn. It was crazy. The neck, the vein on the neck, I'm just like, bro, there's so many other things in life to be upset about. You got to pick your battles, man. You don't let this negative world consume you. You got to pick your battles. Pick your battles. Yeah, get angry, but you got to pick your battles, man, because otherwise that anger will consume your soul and you become a different person. All right, we'll get to more of this. We're about 30 minutes in. Contradictions already.
And he gave them permission to go search the Kentucky dumpster or landfill. So that's why they went to Kentucky. And then I was told that they also checked Gallatin and Nashville as well.
That night, Katie claims the night of the 25th that Sebastian takes the trash out after they arrived home from going out to dinner. Go ahead.
There's no specific footage of that. The neighbor that has the Ring door camera that saw that, she said to me on the phone that the only thing you can see is a silhouette. She said you cannot see a physical person. There is absolutely no physical proof of Sebastian being at their house that night after dinner. There's nothing. There's her car coming home. My neighbor did tell me that she saw her car come, but she parks in the garage. So nobody saw him get out of the car.
What time was that? I always want to know what time she arrived home. Do you know?
I asked, and she said that it was so dark that she couldn't really see. She saw about 6 or so, I think is what she said, ish, because they went to dinner at Texas and then supposedly came home, and then her car came in the driveway around 6, and then somebody pulled the trash bin out, after that. But they don't know who it was because you can't tell.
So no evidence. Any neighbor, including yourself, or any, because you all talk, the neighbors talk to everybody and said there's nothing to indicate that he was home that night. He got home that night.
There's no proof of that. Nobody ever saw him come home, or really, I mean, I don't even know if anybody can say they saw him leave with her. I mean, I don't think anybody actually looked back that far. It was so chaotic at the very beginning. I think the police were so focused on a runaway teen that was what everybody was focused on. So when they first asked to look at their video cameras, I think everybody was checking him walking out, but there's no proof of him physically walking out. And then it was, okay, are there any cars around there? And so going back to the whole light thing, I was told that there was an unidentified car sitting on my street facing the entrance somewhere around 3:30 or so. And then the flashlights were actually seen on the neighbor's camera, 2 separate flashlights walking in between the yards, which the trash truck does not do. They don't need to. All of the trash is at the curb. They have never, ever gone. Matter of fact, when you sign up for services, they tell you in the email their rules and regulations. If your trash is not by the curb, they don't take it. Unless, you're an elderly person, you ask them. If your trash is like in the front of your house and you ask them, they'll come and get it like that, but they won't come around the back or in between houses. That's bull monarchy. That is not how that works.
No trash. You don't believe that those 3:10 a.m. lights were around 3:10 after 3 a.m. were trash truck lights.
Not only do I not believe it, but the neighbor that has the actual footage swore up and down that there are two different circumstances. There was the car with the lights coming towards the car backed up on Kellen and left. And then about 2-ish hours, hour and a half, hour and 42 something, they're like she said, the time stamp on the video is not working. It is stuck. She said, but you can tell because it's pitch black dark in the middle of the night when the car comes down the street, turns onto Stafford, sits there for about 3 to 5 minutes. The flashlights are coming from two different directions in between the yards. They do whatever they're doing around the car. The car backs up Kellen and leaves from Stafford. Backs up Kellen and leaves. And then 2 or so hours later, as the sun is just beginning to come up, you can see the trash truck. And
So she's saying it right there.
I was going to say, did you get all that, CJ?
Yeah, she's saying it right there of what's being said on the videos that the mob crew's doing.
Right, but did you get the streets? Because I know you know the streets.
Yeah, she said that it pulled in on Stafford and sat there. Basically what the mob crew is saying.
Right.
Yeah, that here, let me pull up the map.
Because she says that it backed onto her street, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it pulled up. Here, let me go to. Where's it at? Here it is. I just need to leave this up. So basically, let me get Google Earth up because then I can actually use that to show you. Let's see, Stafford. Okay. So basically, she's saying that. So here's Stafford. Here's Kelly Lynn. She's basically saying what that person said, that they came up here and they sat right here for 3 to 5 minutes. You can see the people walking in the flashlight in this direction, but it stops right up here.
Right.
And that it backs up.
Yep.
And then exits this way.
Oh my God, it was a white Elantra and it made a 3-point turn.
But that's what she's saying. She's saying it because this is her street right here. This is
3
her
to
street.
5 minutes. 3
Right.
to 5. You know that camera's got great pictures.
Oh yeah.
And this camera right here is gonna show
every bit of
all of this activity right there.
Every bit of it.
So if neighbors were looking during the time that he was abducted, well, then I would assume that this neighbor looked at their footage when he was abducted, and that footage would have shown the vehicle that cooperates with this camera right here. So do you...
Okay, the reason I asked to come up here is today I heard something that I had never heard.
What's that?
Okay, and what made me think of it was her talking about her 2 sons. Somebody put in the comments today of a live that I was in, they were like, I've always been suspect of the 2 teenage boys that were hanging out that night and then ran around in the search. And I was like, I've never heard anything about 2 teenage boys running around during the night.
You're going to drop another BOMB on us, aren't you?
Well, think about it. It's like I always say, if you're going to try and, it's like those people that commit a crime, they show up pretending like to help, So that way they think that they're going to get excluded from being
Right.
possible
And
for that crime.
they insert themselves.
Right.
all the time.
Pretend like they're there to help and be there for whatever they can do to help, but really they're just trying to make sure that people don't go, hey, was it Billy and Bobbie that could have did this? No, they were out there helping us the whole time. That kind of I mean, so what do you mean, the two teenagers that were with the dogs?
Well, see, that's what I'm saying is I don't know, I had heard that her sons during the day were with, search teams and stuff helping. But when she said it tonight, after being in that live today, and somebody talked about the teenagers that were out during the night, I'm like, wait a minute, is that the same two? I don't know. But have you heard that the reason that came up was I wanted to ask if anybody had heard of anybody being out walking around the neighborhood, the teenage boys. Has anybody heard anything about that?
I'm trying to remember.
Because I had never heard it.
Remember when we were searching? And we were all kind of talking as a group. I'm trying to think. Oh. Did we hear? Is something ringing a bell to you, Busby?
Say that again, Nina.
Okay. The comment that was made in the live earlier today I was in was they had always been suspect of the teenage guys that were wandering around the subdivision during the night. Right. And I didn't think that much of it, because, some stuff I just sort of skip over, And so then when she started talking about her sons just a few minutes ago, I'm like, wait a minute. Is that the same two? Is it a different set of teenagers, or could it be the same teenagers?
Well, yeah. I would think it would have to be a different set because she's saying she didn't even know.
Well, her sons are the ones that told her.
It may be a different set.
Yeah, but if she didn't know who was living there the last year and a half, and she thought that it was the previous homeowner, I think if there was some kind of don't you think like her sons would have made a comment at some point or something about about Sebastian, whatever comment it may have been, whether they were angry or hey, there's this or that, I would think that she would remember that with how nosy she is about the neighborhood.
Well, see, I guess, of course, how my mind wanders.
There was. Go ahead.
You have bullies, Yeah. Hey, come on out where you can hang out with the cool kids. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then they start pushing him around or whatever. And of course, Busby talked about last night, the shunt and stuff like that, that if he gets hit wrong.
Wasn't there, Busby, remember when I think it might have been the first day we were searching. And remember we were talking about the mannequin, and there was weird people kind of hanging around in different spots. I thought wasn't that part of a conversation that we had in the beginning where there was reports of odd behavior from a couple individuals, and we were looking in certain areas based off of where those individuals were at.
Right.
I can't remember the exact, but it was either one or two people. I don't know if they were teenagers,
Yeah.
They
Okay.
could have been.
Let's take teenagers out of it because I don't want to say that the comment said teenagers, but I do know that it said two guys.
Okay, yeah, I remember hearing or discussing stuff with the group because we were all kind of discussing together, and then they were talking with law enforcement and stuff too.
So when we went the first time, we had the bigger
Oh,
group
somebody, Caddy says on the dispatch call.
on the dispatch call.
Yoli says the dispatch call.
What live were you talking about? When were they?
Oh, the live today?
Yeah.
Golly, what's his name? It was somebody. There wasn't anybody else live or anything, and it's like a. What is his name? I don't know. I can't remember, but it's a nobody.
Okay.
The new channel.
But they were doing that. What it was they were doing Chris's thing that he had put on last night, and I thought, well, I just want to see what somebody else is saying about it, you know.
Mhm.
And that's the reason I went in there. I didn't know a soul in there, but I was reading the comments, and I mean, they brought up the two guys, and I was like, wait a minute, I've never heard anything about two guys.
Yeah, I don't know if it. I'm sure. I think it was guys, but I didn't remember it being like a teen or anything like that.
Okay,
But
Busby
I
got
did
it.
remember.
Busby got it. I didn't want to promote it.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That. The guy that copies all my videos.
Exactly.
I mean, I didn't want to give him any screen time.
No, yeah, I appreciate that because that's basically what he did. Is he just went through all my search videos.
But I was like, I want to know what he's going to say about it.
Yeah, basically. You know, you got people out there that are fake doing.
And
shit.
I guess that's the reason, because of where I was at, the comments, I didn't really put a whole lot of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, if I'm in here with y'all, I pay attention to the comments.
Yeah, no, I remember hearing that when we were on one of our first searches together about some weird behavior.
Yes, Yoli, I'm nosy.
Yeah. I do remember
that person is fishing for straws, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But
you may be on the scene, but you got there way fucking late, you know. All right. I'm just saying.
He got lost.
Yeah, it took him a little bit longer, but that's all right. He's a little older. It's cool.
Okay, so there is two guys then.
I heard multiple people and some really weird shit going on, and that's why we were doing some of our searches in the very beginning. Where we were doing our searches at was because of some of those things that we were told and we were discussing together. I wish Trey was able.
So Busby, in a case like that, if it was like a bullying thing, you know, I mean, because y'all know bullies can be mean.
Right.
You know, to where, you know, hey, let's go. Hey, you know, come on out during the night and hang out with the cool kids. Right. Could something have gone wrong with the condition with his head?
But it was a school night, though. I don't see him.
Yeah, no.
Hopping maybe on a Saturday or Friday night, and he's trying to be, you know, oh, cool. Mom fell asleep on the couch again. I can sneak out. But this was a school night. I don't. Yeah,
my gut says it's not any of the school kids.
Yeah. I mean, the people that were there acting weird. Who frickin' knows, man? You know, like I said, people. It could have been, you know, hell. The thing I always go back to my mind is like, you know, just because I'm a big fan of unsolved mysteries, and I remember, You know, like the dude that set that big house on fire and he's videotaping it from the woods going, yeah,
Exactly.
it's like, what the hell? They like to come back, you know? So I could definitely see some people being weird, but then I would think if somebody was coming back they would be there to pretend to help,
Right.
and not like hanging out in the trees, looking behind a stump or something like that, you know? So, I mean, yeah, I think what Busby said, the dude's just grasping, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
You can only copy so much, and then you run out, and then you got to think of ideas for
Hey,
yourself.
you gotta come up with a narrative to keep you going.
That's when you hit a brick wall, is when you got to come up with stuff on your own. So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah.
I would
All
just
right.
not make content if I have
I
to
don't
make
know.
my own up.
It's unfortunate. There's a lot of people with this case that are, even the people that claim that they're doing work and all they do is watch other shows and then bash other people.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of people in this case that are pretending and claiming to do the work and, you know, be about the victims, and it's just a bunch of fucking drama and a bunch of clickbait, and you know, that's what it is. That's what, unfortunately, YouTube's algorithms promote the hate and the bashing more than they do the actual real shows where you're discussing shit in a peaceful manner, you know, where everybody's thoughts and theories exist. But it is what it is. You know, there's a lot more of it, and there's a lot more people that are just out there trying to have their own personal gains instead of it being truly about the community and what we're all here for in the first place, which is why we're all here. We're just here to help. I'm just here to help, whatever that may be.
You worded that so perfectly.
It's the truth, man. I just when you see it all over, you know, and there's really, it's hard making it, doing this kind of work and talking about these topics, because you get your monetization minimized so much, just for discussing these things. And you know, you really do care, and you really do work your tail off to do this stuff, and you see these other channels that just bash and talk shit and negative and
Oh yeah.
complain, and they're like racking in the memberships and the donations and all this other shit, and it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with this world? You know, you got people like membershiping and cash apping and super chatting, and it's like, what do
Yeah,
you
I
like?
was watching a video last night or early this morning, and the next one up, it suggested, I was like, oh, there's no hell I'm watching that person.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I try and have the most positive. There's so much negative out there already. You know, you go to work or you go to the store, there's negative all over the place, even friends. There's negative. Why? We might not even be here in 10 minutes from now. Why spend any of those last 10 minutes that we might, you know, you don't know that they're only 10 minutes you got. But I would think if you knew that there was only 10 minutes left, you'd want to spend it in a peaceful, positive mood, right? So why not try and be about it? Because we never know. So
that's like what I usually say is smile at somebody, because it may be the only smile they get that day.
Or the last one that you give.
Yeah.
Amen. God
Very
knows.
much. Yeah.
when you bury your child, that puts a whole new perspective.
Yeah, it's like, you know, people are like, dude, all you do is work and you're so fucking busy. And it's like, yo, I ain't got that much time. You know, I'm trying to do all this stuff. I have so many things that I want to accomplish here. When it comes to this stuff, there's goals that I have set. You know, I want an office, and I want equipment, and I want all these things where I can just continue to help even more and more. But it's a process, and I understand that.
Right.
So every minute that I take a break is another minute that I gotta wait for that goal. and I ain't trying to wait. I'm trying to get it done because I want to do everything that I can to the fullest. Yeah, and you never do know what battles people are going through too. It's very true. Very true. All right, we're gonna get back to this, and we'll see if there's some more contradictions. If you're, I'm gonna drop the link to this video as well, and I'll drop his channel again. I know you're subscribed, but if you're not, we'll go ahead and drop it so you can subscribe. Here's the link to JLR's video. Go leave a like, a heart, and a trophy, something. It's always the free way to help, leaving a like and a comment in the video.
And she said, but the trash truck goes past her driveway. She said, you can see the trash truck and the lights and the back of the truck go past her driveway, go up the hill, do its business, turn around, come back down. And then within a few minutes later, the sun is coming up. And then you can see Katie's car leave, Katie's car coming back. And then you can see all the police come in. She said, it's very obvious. So I asked her why the police are saying that that's trash truck. And she said, I don't know. I'm baffled because I tell you right now, there are two different circumstances and that you can tell there are two different time frames.
Wow. Because we've heard from Seth Rogers, and Seth is adamant that he was told or he's seen.
That's because LE has told him that.
What's up with that?
Because LE has told him that. Law enforcement has told him that.
Why?
That's the question I asked. When I called, I got I think all of us are just super frustrated as this continues to go on, that we don't understand what's happened. We don't know what's happened. You know, we've all been involved in trying to find him day one. We've spread it. We've shared it on social media. You know, a lot of us were out with law enforcement the first week or so, looking for him and stuff. I mean, this shook us up to the core. It flipped our neighborhood upside down and just shook us up. I mean, nobody left their house for 2 weeks. Even the families who walk their dogs every single day, we didn't see them for 2 weeks.
Why?
So,
why?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't know what was going on. We had no idea what happened. I mean, when you have a 15-year-old kid that just vanishes in thin air, nobody wants to leave. We're scared. And then, of course, you see Chris, getting upset through all these YouTube videos. And if you know your neighbor is that upset and threatening people and saying the things he's saying, you're not going to go be a part of that. You're going to stay in your little cocoon and stay away from them. And I mean, lock your doors and be by yourself and protect yourself and just stay away from it.
You're seeing some.
Okay, so you're a neighbor, but you're relying on other YouTube shows to give you the personality of someone, and because of the YouTube show, you're gonna not even it. You didn't even know the dude because you didn't even know they lived there, and you're gonna base your opinion off somebody off of a YouTube video instead of walking up there your fucking self and introducing and doing whatever you can to help. If you were there doing whatever you could to help that 2 weeks, then I don't think he would have been a stranger.
Right.
You would have met him. Something's up, man. I don't know what's up with this lady, man. Something stinks big time.
Smelling a hot dog.
Something stinks big time. And Tony, well, you don't have to worry cleaning up, a shit mess if you didn't create it in the first place when it comes to TTT. I mean, that dude created a shitstorm on his own, and
oh man,
you got to be accountable, man. You can't just go shooting diarrhea all over the place and not clean it up.
Amen. I am so glad you spoke because, boy, I was biting my tongue.
No, it's true.
Out of respect for it being your chat, I was like, keep your mouth shut.
No, it's true. You go around shooting diarrhea all over the place and clean it up. I mean, the shit's going to stink. It's going to get caked up. Something is off. This lady's, I don't know, something stinks with this. I feel like I need to break this down even more.
Have you noticed that all of her statements are starting with "I heard,"
I was told, yeah,
and "I was told."
Yeah.
WSU Kim.
I'm like,
I haven't heard that for a while.
So she literally has no facts of her own.
No, she just stayed locked up in her house.
Yeah, she didn't go talk to nobody. Like,
Hey, my sons are out helping the search party. I'm gonna call on the phone and say, "Y'all come home for lunch."
oh, I bet she. Well, it's just like what I was saying in the beginning when she was saying she slipped up. You know, she was like, she made me and JLR think that, because I remember when I first watched this and I heard that part and I had the
Right.
same reaction as JLR, like Chris and Katie called themselves aunt and uncle. And then she was like, well, no, I mean, and he's like, you know, it kind of backed off a little bit, but didn't back off and then backed off all the way on the third response when he asked
Right.
her again if she said that. And to me, it's like you're just making yourself seem more important than what the hell you are.
Right.
And I think that your stories, that's why there's contradictions in the things that you're saying, because you're so used to telling all these neighbors the stories to make you the most important neighbor. But then when you're talking to JLR and he'll catch you on your BS, then you're kind of backtracking a little bit, but your mouth
Yeah.
is so used to saying the same shit that you just let shit slip out, and you gotta backtrack a second or two after that when you, oh shit, I said that. Whoops.
I mean,
To me, that's what it seems like is going on.
she was trying to go big time, and she is regretting it about right now. You know, getting on a channel that big.
I don't know. I bet she was the talk of the block for a couple days after this, and then people started probably getting mad at her because they were probably
I
like,
bet
wait
she
a
was the
minute.
talk of the block.
Oh, for real, the talk of the block for a couple days. And then after that, people probably really listened to it again and were like, wait a minute, you told
what?
us, yeah, you told us that it was this way, and how come you said it to JLR this way? I bet you she was the talk of the block for a couple days, and then after that, some of the neighbors were like, you lied to us, or you lied to JLR. Who'd you lie to?
I wonder how many of the neighbors said, keep this between us, or don't tell anybody, but da-da-da-da.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you gotta glamorize it, you know, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You gotta glamorize it. You gotta add little rhinestones to it so it can sparkle.
Oh, I mean, I've always said, you know, you got to add that salaciousness. You know, if I tell you a story about stumbling my big toe, I better put in there, well, I was cheating on my husband when I did it. I mean, you know, to make people listen.
I'm bedazzling going all over this conversation with her, you know, but
I need
Am
some
I wrong,
rhinestones for my
CJ?
cowboy boots. No. No, that's about the way it is. Yeah. Yeah. I could see her doing some shit like that. For sure. I'm just wondering, I would like to talk to some of the other neighbors, and I'd like to be like, hey, did you hear this? What did she tell you compared to what she told him? And what are the differences? I would love to have that conversation, really, with any of these neighbors. Like, you tell me what was being said, what she was telling people compared to what she was telling JLR. Because it's like a mixture of truth, I bet.
Remember the game we used to play as kids called Telephone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You didn't want me at the end of that because, boy, I needed a warning label at that age, too.
Yeah, this is getting crazy.
Yeah, it's too much. All right.
And I booted myself off earlier trying to send CJ an email.
Oh, I was wondering. Yeah, it's weird because it's got dark mode now. And so the people on panel, normally when you're on panel, it'll be highlighted like a brighter color. And when you're not on panel and backstage, it'll be like a grayish color. But now with dark mode, it's so hard to tell. I'm just getting used to it. It's the first night that we've had dark mode on StreamYard on the PC. So I'm actually just kind of getting used to the whole layout. And dark mode is on mobile phone now, y'all. So when I am out on location, I am gonna be able to see your all's chats so much easier. Oh, I can't wait.
Oh,
Yeah, man, dark mode all over on PC and on mobile. So it's gonna be sweet. I'm excited. All right, we'll get back to this here, and we might do a part 2 on this, just depending. I don't want to go too late because I know it's late for you guys, but it's Friday night. We'll see.
Sebastian Rogers in the neighborhood or walking around or anything, and prior to that day, nothing.
From what I understand from neighbors that live right close to him, the only time they ever saw him come out was when he was playing with the dogs. The dogs would get out, and he'd be out there for a little while, but nobody ever really knew him.
Nobody knew any of them.
He never came out to play with neighborhood kids. You never saw him out riding his bike. I mean, now I'll tell you this. I mean, we have neighbors that go out, like I said, and walk their dogs every single day, sometimes even twice a day. You have kids that will go out and play basketball. We have a basketball goal in one of the cul-de-sacs. Kids will come up and play basketball in the basketball goal. They'll walk, ride their bike. We have a one kid that has a four-wheeler and a dirt bike, and he rides around, that kind of thing. Didn't even know Sebastian existed. Never played with anybody.
No friends, nothing.
He wanted
Never had any
friends for his
friends over their
birthday.
house.
How long was? Because I heard that Seth was there for a few days staying with the Proudfoots. Did you hear that?
I did. Well, I saw his. Yeah. Well, I didn't know he was staying in their house, but I saw his truck there every single day for. It was. See, when I heard that he had stayed in their house for 3 days, I was shocked. I didn't realize he had actually stayed in the house and then they said 3 days. I'm like, well, that's odd because his truck was parked on the curb of the street for about a week. But I didn't know he was actually there because he was.
How did she know? Because then, if you're at the house every day, you're going to meet Chris Proudfoot.
Hey, I tell you what, I may not know who you are, and I didn't know that you had moved in, but by God, I know who's spending the night in your house.
You know what I'm saying? And you never met Proudfoot? What the fuck, dude? Something's up. Something's up, man. Something's up.
He was out searching. Like, he was actually at the command center for the first week every day, all day long.
How'd she know that?
That was.
Not Chris and Katie. Chris and Katie?
Oh, no.
Until he got kicked out of the command center.
Never.
What's up, buddy?
she asked around. That's how she knew that. I mean, she can't form a factual statement herself.
She tells you like she knows firsthand. And then JLR asks you a question, and then you're like, well,
That's what I heard.
that's what I want to know. I want to hear from another neighbor. What did this lady tell you according to what? You know what, neighbor, come on the show.
Yeah.
We'll watch this interview again, and we'll break it down, everything that he asked her to everything that is her response, and you tell me what she told you. You know what I'm saying? I bet you
Exactly.
it is a completely different story. I bet you everything is so exaggerated, and I guarantee we're getting half truth. We're getting like not even a half truth. We're getting like a fifth truth, because the fifth truth is the backup of what she was telling everybody else. But the fifth is like, well, I didn't see it. It was so-and-so said this. Oh, okay. You got to back it up again. Okay. Man, this is crazy. This was from June 9th. Wow.
Never went with any flyers, go to door, to speak with neighbors, ask them if they've seen anything, nothing.
No.
Wow.
Nope.
That is so Miss Bobbie. So do you?
And the only.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say the only thing they even put on Facebook was that one post,
Which eventually got deleted.
Theirs didn't. The original neighbor that was asking, hey, what's all the commotion on Stafford? That person deleted their post.
Gotcha.
Katie's is still up there.
Yeah.
Were the Bauer stocks around at all during that week? Yeah, I know you said that they were there that morning. Did they look around? Did they look around?
No, we never saw anybody. None of them ever looked in our neighborhood where I'm at. I never seen any of them walking around at all, period, ever. Seth, Chris, Katie, Bauer stocks, none of them ever. I never even met them. I had one encounter with Chris one night. And after, I never saw him, never met him, nothing.
The Chris encounter, you mind sharing? I think we talked about this offline a little bit.
Yes, okay, so I'll kind of share a little bit of that. This was gosh, what day was it?
And she's like, oh, I told you this last night to get you to get me on the show. Now I gotta give you a little backstory so you know that I'm not bullshitting you. Gosh, what was that?
I have to.
What, dude?
The snoring is on the video, right? Do y'all hear the snoring on the video?
No. Somebody mentioned that there was snoring.
There is a horrible snore on the video.
Really?
Every time you pause it, it goes away, but you start it back up. I swear to God.
She's in a car.
Oh, I bet you she's got the phone at her air conditioning vent.
No,
she's
dead up snoring. And somebody's sawing logs while they're having this conversation. I don't know who it is.
I've been seeing people type. Do you guys hear that snoring? And I'm like, I don't hear anybody snoring, but
dead up snoring.
Here, let me here, let me mute the music. We'll mute the music and we'll see if we hear it. She's in a car, you can tell, because right here, there's
Thursday.
Oops, hold on. Right here, there's like that little warning on your sun visor right there, and this is the inside interior lights that, you know, when your car's off or whatever, right under the or above the rear view mirror. So she's sitting in her car. All right, let's see if we can hear this snore.
Thursday, I think it was Thursday. That Thursday night. Now, mind you, our neighborhood is on pins and needles. Don't know what happened to this kid. Don't understand. Law enforcement's, coming up and around. We've got every department that I didn't even know existed. Like I said, I didn't even know we had a SWAT team. I didn't know we had, drone footage. I didn't know we had any of this stuff. I mean, we're a small county. I had no idea. Not a small county, big on me. Like, we're away from like the big crowd, the city. Never had any issues. So I didn't even know that any of this stuff existed. So we were all kind of on pins and needles. And so anything weird, let me go back a little bit.
No, I think it's I think what it is because it's spread out, and this is 1.25. If somebody was snoring, it would happen a lot more quicker. What I think it is it's the noise canceling feature. So like the background noise canceling feature. So if you notice when she's talking but stops talking for a slight moment, that's when you hear the noise happen. And what it is I think it's like the background noise.
See, I'm hearing it while she's talking.
Okay.
Her background noise feature is not working.
Yeah,
Right.
it's like
Yeah.
we'll see.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let's just keep watching it.
Okay.
Say the night before this is the reason why this happened. The night before this, I had went to work that night. I think I did something. I wasn't home for some reason. My son was on our back deck. Now our back deck faces the construction, the back of the construction, and so he was on the back deck talking to somebody, and he looks out and he says, "Well, that's really weird." And she said, "What?" And he said, "Look at the light out there." And there was a flashlight. It was kind of a dim flashlight, but you could see it because it's pitch black dark. And he said, "Why is there a flashlight over there?" It was one single flashlight, and it was like walking in the back, kind of over in the back of the woods area. And it like walked around, stopped, walked around a little bit, stopped, and then just disappeared in the back of the woods. And so he called me and he's like, "What do I do?" And I said, "You need to call law enforcement. Like, call the number." We had a flyer, had, one of those flyers. And I was like, "You need to call the TBI and tell them and figure out what to do with that." He did. And nothing. No phone call back, no nothing. Just, "Okay, thanks for the letter." I'm like, okay, that's awfully weird. I mean, you would think that they would come check that out or call you back and ask you.
Yeah, follow-ups.
Nothing. No, they didn't even call him back to ask him, like, exactly where are you? What did you see? Nothing. Nobody ever followed up or nothing. And so he was like, "That's really weird." And I was like, "Yeah, that is weird. I mean, with a missing kid, you would think they would be coming flying up here to figure out who that was." So it was the following night. So now, of course, we're all like, even more in pins and needles. Like, is people just going to just start walking around our neighborhood in the middle of the night like they were pitch black dark in the night? And so he was coming home. We were all at home and still looking around and talking to neighbors and figuring out like what the heck is going on. And he comes home and walks in the door and is like, Mom, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, now what? And he said, there's two people, a real tall, skinny guy and a real small, it looks like a girl maybe, that is walking up our street. Now, we do have families that will come out and walk their dogs at night before they go to bed, but they had no dog with them, no nothing. And the strangest part about this was this guy was wearing dark, black, wide, like ski goggles. You've been in my neighborhood. You can't see your hand in front of your face. It is so dark at night. It was 9:00 at night. Why is somebody walking with these big black goggles? How can they even see? Well, with everything going on, I'm thinking, okay, that's very suspicious. I gotta check on that. Yes, I could have called law enforcement, and that's what was said. You should have called law enforcement. However, I didn't want to call law enforcement on my own neighbor. If it was a neighbor out walking around, I didn't want to be rude and call law enforcement on my neighbor. So I told my son, I said, you know what, let's go. He's got a Jeep that's got a bunch of lights on it. And I said, let's drive down there and turn your lights on and see. If you can see somebody out there walking, I said, I'll call law enforcement and let them know what we're seeing, and then we'll just turn around and go back home. I wasn't going to follow them. I just wanted to see if I could find them. So we're driving down my road. We turn up Stafford because we couldn't find them. Like, well, maybe they went up Stafford. We went up Stafford. Now my son's Jeep is loud. And so I didn't even think about it. I was more focused on who this person was. So he drives up Stafford and he says to me, hey, while we're up here, where's Sebastian's house? And I'm like, oh, we just passed it. So he turns around and goes back down, and we're going slowly because I was trying to point out Sebastian's house. And so I pointed it out. And he's like, oh, okay. And so we drive back around and we're driving back down to the other side of the neighborhood, another cul-de-sac. And he said, wait a minute. Didn't you say that this other neighbor has a Ring camera? And I said, yes. And she's the one that saw the silhouette in the window and the lights in the house go on and off and whatever. She's like, but that doesn't make any sense, because if that house is located here, how can she have seen over here? And I'm like, okay, go back up the street and I'll show you. So we went back up the street to show him where that house was versus this and all the whole thing. And as we were coming back up, we kind of stopped. Now, this is my neighborhood. I'm not a suspicious person. This is my neighborhood. I should be able to do whatever I want to, right? So I stop, or he stops a little bit. I'm pointing that houses out, and we drive out. And I said, Sean, I said, honey, we got to go home. And he's like, why? And I said, because somebody's standing at their front door. He was like, oh crap. And I did not, God honest truth, I never meant to upset anybody. It was truly just me trying to figure out what's going on. Never meant to upset anybody. Turn around, Stafford, I'm coming back down, and Chris is, now mind you, I've never met this man, never seen him before. I wouldn't even know who he is. Matter of fact, I thought he was law enforcement. Stands in the middle of the street and puts his hand out and stops just like this. And I was like, oh my gosh, oh crap. And I'm thinking it's law enforcement. I'm like, oh crap, we're about to get in trouble because they're going to think that we're looking for this kid or something. So right on the window, and he comes around and he stands there just like this. What are you doing out here? And I'm like, holy crap. I said, I'm so sorry. We were looking for, and I told him what happened and told him the whole story. And he was like, why wouldn't you just call law enforcement? I said, because I don't want to call law enforcement on a neighbor if they're out walking around. That's kind of rude. And he's like, well, you have no business driving around here, and started telling me in a very intimidating, very strong voice, I guess you would say, big tough, he's a big guy, kind of thing. That my son is missing, and they've got police all around here looking. I said, yeah, no kidding. I know, I'm aware. I've been talking to him. Trust me, I know, I get it. And then he said, there's a police, the heat sensor mobile unit things, I'm talking about, that can detect heat sensor and stuff. Well, they had one of those up in the top, hoping that if he came home, it would alert law enforcement that there was somebody walking around, which I don't get that, because you've got families that are walking dogs anyway. So I was like, I'm so sorry. I kept apologizing to him, and he got really upset and, kind of said some things, and I was trying to calm him down, and I apologized. And my son's girlfriend was in the back, and she thought that if she rolled the window down and said, I am such and such, and I go to your son's school, that he would calm down. Even though I said, hey, I'm your neighbor. I live up there. Everything's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. I thought even me telling him I was his neighbor would calm him down. It's like he just glossed right over that. He didn't care. So she says, I'm such and such, and I go to school with your son. And he stops mid-sentence to me and said, oh, and got stopped, looked at her and said, your name? And she said, yes, sir. Like, how do you know? She only gave him her first name, and he said the whole thing. And she was like, how do you know my name? And I was like, what the crap? I looked at my son. I said, we need to go. We just need to go. We just need to go. And I'm like, I'm going to call the police, because this is getting, I don't know. I don't understand. I wish you could have, I can't describe, his body language was just very
It
stern.
wasn't like for that people were out there looking for his son, or thinking it was more like, I'm trying to stop
Get off my street. Get off my street. Get out of here, get off my street, go home, leave me alone, get away from us. But he told her that, so you're the girl that runs this Facebook group and this, that, and the other. I'm going to demand you take that off. You get your phone. And he said, where are your parents? And she said, at my house. And he said, well, I'm going to find out where you live and I'm going to come knock on their door and we're going to have a conversation. And she said, okay, good luck with that. And I was like, you know what? Look, we don't want to, cause any issues and whatever. I try to give him grace. Don't know the man from nowhere. And I just kept saying, he's upset. His son's missing. He's really upset. He's very defensive. Maybe that's just all that what it was. Now that I've seen some of his YouTube videos, and I'm like, yeah.
Wow. Thank you for sharing that. I didn't know the back end of those details. I know we talked before offline a little bit, and you said, kind of like a confrontation kind of deal. It confronted you guys, but I didn't know those like back end details that you shared. Somebody in the chat, Smiley's World, was asking, prior to the February 26th, right, when Chris arrived home, did any neighbors or anyone that you heard, whether you see it, but you said you never knew him prior, did anyone ever say anything about him being around the house on the 25th, the 24th, or seen in the neighborhood or anywhere in the area prior to the
No, nobody's ever really mentioned him. The only person that's ever said anything about him coming home, like I said, nobody really ever paid attention, I don't think, because even the neighbor that lives close by that I'm friends with, I asked her, like, did you ever see? She said, I never really paid attention because, like, he would come and go and they never were out really, and they had this camper and the camper would leave and then it would come back and then, he never came outside. And it's odd because Chris kept saying that he would go outside and play and, all that kind of stuff. And she's like, I don't remember ever seeing him really outside playing. Like, there's no playground. They don't have a playground outside. They don't have a trampoline outside. Like, if you look at their yard, you wouldn't even know there's no bike. There's no, like, scooters. There's no basketballs. You wouldn't even know they have kids. There's nothing in their yard to play with. He's never outside. Like, he didn't go outside and play catch with his dad. Nothing.
Now, as you said, pitch black in the neighborhood. Do you buy it where they're claiming that this kid walked out the front door and kind of bad neighborhood?
No, because everybody around the camera.
Would a kid go out at night and walk around out there at night alone?
I don't think so. I mean, unless their parents didn't. Now, we did have a ding dong ditch happen a couple years ago, but no. I mean, I've never experienced kids just randomly walking around the neighborhood. That's the thing about our neighborhood is it's so quiet. Like at night,
what? Where they put a bag full of poop on your door and knock on it because it's on fire? What?
No, that's where they run and they ring your doorbell and run off real quick.
Oh, I was thinking it was the whole poop in a bag on fire.
It was fun back in the 80s.
Ring the doorbell. I thought it was one of those. So they're just ringing the doorbell and running. Okay, that's, yes, kids, don't do the other. It was fun, though, as you're driving away. Seeing them come out and stomp on the bag, and then they're looking at the bottom of their foot.
Those are good days of TPing houses and putting baloney on people's cars.
Oh, y'all remember that, don't you? Remember doing that?
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Literally, like, in the summertime when my kids were younger. Sorry, my car shut off on me for something. My kids were younger, they would go outside and play like flashlight tag and stuff like that. And I had to get on to them like, okay, 10 o'clock, y'all need to be done because everybody's got to go to bed and whatever. Nobody ever gets like, you don't ever just see random kids walking around by themselves. I don't buy that at all. And I know that neighbors that are right around them said that there was nothing on their cameras.
Nothing. So no evidence whatsoever for that morning, 26, and not even the 25th, the night of the 25th. Wow. Do you think law enforcement?
He just vanished. He literally just vanished.
What's your theory? What do you think? What do you think happened? What's your theory? Based off you being a neighbor, based off you speaking to other neighbors, you're very close to the area. You've seen law enforcement over there. What do you think happened?
I have to be very careful with that one. I know there were some family issues, like there was some personal stuff going on within the family between Katie and Chris. Seth told us, that he was supposed to get full custody. One minute he says that Katie was okay with it. The next minute I'm hearing that Katie was not okay with it. I don't know their personal story. I know that neighbors are close by them heard fighting within their family outside, verbal things that were said outside. So I don't know that it was, I think there were some struggles within the family. I mean, every family has issues. I get that, but I don't know. Families typically would get into that kind of a dispute outside. I mean, if I was going to have a conflict of interest between my kids and I, or my husband and I, we would be inside. I wouldn't be outside making that known. And apparently there were some situations where things were heard that weren't good.
Bobbie, when did those fights occur? Do you know?
When over the past, I mean, I guess since they've been there, but periodically, it wasn't like a one-time thing. There were other, times where things were said and that kind of thing. I don't live close enough to them to have heard that. I mean, they would have to have screamed at each other for me to have heard that. I didn't hear it, but I know that neighbors around them have reported hearing things that were said outside, and it wasn't like a one-time thing.
Any cops ever get called?
Well, I mean, CPS was called multiple times, and I know teachers personally that still work at Beach that were told things and they had to report it. I mean, when a teacher is told, counselors and teachers are told things, they by law have to report it. And I know that absolutely. And I know that kids can be over exaggerating. I know that, especially teenagers, that kind of thing. I think for me, I think my kids would be respectful enough with us that if something happened, I don't think they would go and say, like, my mom is mean to me. Like, they know that's not true, and they would get in trouble for lying. So for him to make up that things that he was saying, I can't imagine him making certain things that were set up enough for CPS to be called on them. And I know they were called multiple times.
Multiple times. So when you say multiple, how many times?
I have no idea. I'm not privy to that information.
Has any neighbors or anybody tell you that they've seen the CPS at their house?
I'm not privy to that information.
That's a little contradicting.
Man, that sounds like a lot of these fucking YouTubers these days.
Man.
I'm not privy to that information, but I know.
They were called on so many times. Well, how many times? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm not privy to that. What do you mean you're not privy to that? He didn't ask you what the calls were about. He asked you how many times. I'm not privy to that.
But by golly, I know how many days Seth spent the night there.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
I'm just going to say it out loud. I put it in back check already. She's got diarrhea of the mouth, man. I mean, she just... Yeah.
It's true.
Let's get out as much information as possible.
It's like Poltergeist, man. It's puking all over the room. Just
Lord.
It's like, dude. And yes, it's 1.25 speed, but seriously, it's like it's like take a breath. Take a breath.
I think I'm with you, man. I think I cut this video off before it got over with.
I didn't make it this far. I know that. I didn't make it this far. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. All right. This is nuts, man. She knows all this stuff. Nina, word demon got a hold of her. It's like, take a breath. Jeez. Oh man, this is too much. Yeah, my sources. You're not privy to how many times they showed up. I mean, your eyes, your eyes didn't give you the permission to remember how many, because you didn't have
that question.
You didn't have clearance. You didn't have clearance from your eyes to send the information to your brain to remember how many times. No, it's called, you were seeing what everybody was typing in this damn Facebook group, and you morphed it into all these things that you supposedly know.
Oh man, she's probably got thousands of screenshots.
Dude, I bet you there's so many fucking I would like to know like how many neighbors are cool with this lady after this.
Try to find out.
Dude, I'm telling you, it can't.
Buddy, let me tell you, she's the neighbor that you take a cake to every day to keep your business to herself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I love you, lady. I love you. Here's your
This
cake.
is the last person in Hendersonville you want to tell a secret to.
Probably.
It's-
She's an admin. She's an admin.
She's one of those you go to and says, "Look, I'm not telling anybody else this but you."
Yeah, because she's gonna tell everybody. It's like the one that you have do your dirty work.
Yes, yes.
I'm only telling you, but
And then
damn
you
well.
and then you sit back going, "I didn't say a word."
Yeah, it's like you're telling Susie next door. You're like, yeah, I wanted everybody to know, but I didn't want it to come from me, so I told her.
Right. I didn't know not to trust her.
Yeah, right. Yeah, she's.
I guarantee you, I'll know which group she's an admin in because I'll be kicked out by morning.
Whoa, let me tell you, honey, they privatized that thing.
Mm.
Oh yeah,
I'm in. I think every single Facebook chat there is about this.
I bet you she knows how many catfish are in the pond.
Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I wonder if she was. Y'all got to let me know. And if she was on another YouTube show, email me. All right.
The only thing I found on her was what I put in chat is she called in to Terry Lynn's one time.
Ah, fuck that.
But I mean, that's all I can find. Nothing else but this interview.
Yeah. We got it.
And I don't even count that previous creator I said.
Yeah. No, we're good. This is the only, because other than that is.
Yeah, no.
You ain't gonna get nothing out of those other ones. They don't even know what questions to ask. All right, we'll get back to this one. This is too much. This is too much. I'm glad we're watching it though. I'm glad.
Yeah, I needed to laugh.
Yeah, me too. No, the number's 330-510-1110.
Like
I don't know. They have not actually used the words. I've seen them at the house, but they've told me that there have been people that have visited an official. Like I don't know. Like the car that comes is not going to have CPS written on it. Yeah. I mean, it may have a government official like license plate or something like that.
Oh, she's just backtracking some more here. Hold on, let me rewind it a little bit. 5339. Here we go.
Tell you that they've seen the CPS at their house. Like
I don't know. They have not actually used the words. I've seen them at the house, but they've told me that there have been people that have visited an official. Like I don't know. Like the car that comes is not going to have CPS written on it. Yeah. I mean, it may have a government official like license plate or something like that, and they're not going to have they're going to have a badge on them as they go to the front door, but it's not going to be something that a neighbor is going to see, that kind of thing. So I don't know. Like neighbors haven't said like I have seen this happen because they were really paying attention. I don't think it was one of those things where I don't think neighbors after this has happened, some of the neighbors are going back and saying,
big time.
"Wait a minute." I remember this, and I do remember that, and I do remember this, and oh wow, this is like all connected. But when it happens over a year period of time, and it's just random, but then nothing really ever comes of it, you just kind of try to.
So how do you know it wasn't the friend that was visiting from fucking Arizona? This is bullshit. You're sitting there telling, yes, I know for a fact that there was multiple visits. How many? I don't know for sure. I'm not privy to that information. So it was for sure CPS. Well, they don't have their cars marked with CPS. And, dude, this is why I'm asking. I'm wondering how many neighbors can't stand this lady anymore because she probably took the minimal shit they were saying. They're probably glad that she didn't attach their names to it because she wouldn't be talking to nobody at that point. Because I guarantee she's bullshitting her stories from what she's been seeing in that group, and I guarantee that I wonder if JLR has their phone call recorded when they discussed the first time before she came out of the show or came onto the show, because I guarantee it. If there was, and I'll have to ask him, I'll reach out to him and ask him, was this lady's story the same story that she told on the live than when you guys discussed it before she came on your show? Because it almost seems like she was telling him a whole bunch of stuff to get to get on the show, and now she's having to backtrack a lot. I mean, just this right here with the CPS, how many times they showed up and then trying to answer the information when it comes to that whole topic, and now you're distancing back, you're backing up, you're backing up to me. I bet you she gave him a crazy, because it's, I've had people call me and tell me a story, like, oh my gosh, back in the beginning of my show, I'd be talking to people and they're like, yeah, man, people told me that I should, they need to make a movie out of my story. And I'd sit there and it sounds compelling. And then you get them on the show and they're not saying shit. It's like, wait a minute. What are you talking about, bro? You just told me this was like a book and a movie deal kind of story. And now that I have you on the panel and I'm asking you questions, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, wait a minute, man. You don't make sense. Same kind of situation.
EJ, can you read back chat for just a second? Something important.
Let me see here. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and send it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be on probably about another, 45 minutes or so.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Yeah, they're starting to now with StreamYard having the dark mode. They're also going to be they have the recurring link now. So now I'm gonna be able to just have links for like Micah and Sebastian, and it'll be the same link for every show. I'll have to figure out how to get that set up that way, but yeah, from now on we'll have recurring links and stuff too for our shows. So I'm just glad we finally got dark mode on StreamYard, not only for the PC but also for the mobile, because it's gonna help big time when we're out there on location reading chats. All right, we'll get back to this here. We got about 35 minutes left on this part. And then we'll go ahead and end the show, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Stay in your own lane and mind your own business, because you're not hearing, like, I don't know that neighbors heard screaming, or like, I don't know that it was like the things that were being said outside were loud enough to make neighbors call. I don't think it was that kind of like, if a neighbor next to me, I heard a kid screaming, help me, don't, whatever, I would be calling the police. Like, okay, I'm going to go inside. I'm going to call the police and be anonymous. It wasn't that kind of a thing. It was things that were said and arguments between them that made neighbors think, gosh,
So, I know you guys can't see the comments, but I can as they're being typed. And I just look, I'll show you guys for a second. I'll bring it up higher. I just can't believe some of the fucking comments that are getting, this lady is so important to the case. Oh my Lord. I can't do it. I can't do it. Let's go back down here. We'll hide everybody. Man, what's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
Oh, we're just checking out this neighbor interview from June 9th from Sebastian's neighborhood, saying that there's no sense, and then later on talking about how there's all these dog hits. Just a lot of contradictions, man.
There's a lot of backtracking.
Yeah, have you seen this one before?
No, I've not seen any of those.
No? Yeah, there's a lot of backtracking,
Wow.
dude. It's been pretty crazy this evening.
I just meant by like how certain people in authority say, yes, there was this, and then 24 hours later, however many days later, they're like, oh, that didn't happen. I'm like, okay, so you're making everybody, one, question everything, and two, wonder what the heck's going on.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I didn't say that.
Exactly.
I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. That's why I'm wondering, like, how many people are probably pissed off, how many neighbors are pissed off at this lady for blowing their shit out of proportion, because even though we don't know who said what when she's referring to different things, that the other the other neighbors do.
Yeah.
Susie knows what Billy told everybody in the Facebook group. and she just put it out there as a certain thing. And man, I would love to talk to a neighbor right now and find out, like, dude, this lady, and I got to reach out to JLR and ask him too. Like, did she give you a hellacious different story before she came on the show than compared to when you were asking her these questions on the live stream? I would have to like think it was almost be guaranteed that she did. And these people, this lady is so important to the case.
I would hate to be one of the neighbors right now.
Dude, it's like all over on the bottom. I have it covered up. You just see some of the names or whatever. But these people that are typing in chat how important this lady is and how this is a game changer for the investigation and all this other stuff. And it's like, hey, I got some cotton balls on the edge of a cliff for sale if you want them. Come on. Let's do this.
I've got a car that's
horrible.
Freshly detailed with water. About 20-something of them. Sell it to you cheap.
Yeah. Sell it to you cheap. No title.
No
What
title. Can't even use the Vermont loophole no more, but I'll get you a title. $50 more. And then tomorrow, when you pick up the car, I'll say I didn't say that.
Right.
That's how that's going.
Oh man,
I'm wondering if the lady that's saying it's a game changer is the one that told her the information in the first place.
I'm not going to tell you who it was. You all can watch. Listen, y'all can go to listen. I just showed Lisa's comment, and that's the only comment I'm showing. All right, I just showed Lisa's. Lisa said this lady is important to the case. My ass, she is. I'm not showing all the other ones because there's some of them you see the names and you know the names and you see the shit that they're typing and you're just like, oh my god, no, no, please no, not you, not you too. Trey is the used car salesman. Water damage? What water damage?
I didn't say that. Here's the Carfax.
Right. Oh,
I'll have,
man.
have the title laying over the Carfax.
It's Trayvana. You
exactly.
Just you pay it and go pick it up. We give you the GPS location.
You're about 15, 40 foot off. That's right there.
Like water damage.
Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh. All right, here we go. That's too much.
But when you say that, are we talking Chris and Katie, or is Seth in the picture too? Is it like, were there arguments with Seth there?
I don't think Seth was ever there long enough. I think he was there long enough to pick Sebastian up for his weekend, or they would meet somewhere for his weekend or something like that. I don't think that Seth was ever there. I think it was mostly the one neighbor told me that she heard, and I'm not going to go into a lot of whole big detail because I don't want to get into their whole personal life. It's not my place. But a neighbor had told me that there were things that were said between, like, Chris and Katie would get into an argument, like in the driveway. And then Sebastian might come outside and Chris would raise his voice at him, either get inside or what are you doing out here, or make comments to him like that.
Exactly.
And like I said, it wasn't like, I'm going to kill you or I'm going to beat your butt. It wasn't like such a horrible thing to make a neighbor call 911. It was just a very abrasive enough to, now that he's missing, they go back and think, oh,
So kind of like, that was the kind of what you were saying when the neighbors kind of put these pieces together after the fact.
Right. It's one of those things that you go back and look and think, oh, okay, so maybe there was something to that. I just didn't realize it.
Have you ever heard anything about the mattress?
GPS with depth location.
Here's the ladder.
Yeah, wrecker not included.
It's included, Trayvana.
No, you gotta call him. The buoy's included, bro. The buoy is included. Oh, just like your favorite toy doesn't have batteries. Your favorite vehicle doesn't have a wrecker with it. You need to call that in too. Thanks, Garmin.
today was interesting.
Very.
Well, I ran into. Well, we'll keep this about Sebastian.
Oh shoot! What's up, man? Go ahead.
Well, I was in an area, and one of the locals got off the boat and goes, "Hey, I wouldn't yonder down there too far." He said, "Times are tough." You know what I'm saying? I was
Oh
like,
damn!
no. I was like, no. Anyway, he told me. He said, "There's all kinds of cars in a certain spot." I'm like, no. It's all for insurance money.
Oh,
Were you on
yeah.
the river?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where all the cars are in the water, huh?
Well, not that section. He told me the section that the locals commit that crime.
Mm.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
He was kind of like serious about it. He was kind of pissed.
oh,
Like,
Did he have
but he's
goggles
like,
on?
because some people's scandalous shit's gonna be coming out.
yeah. He said, "Don't yonder down there too far." And I was like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm not looking for those type of cars. I'm looking for specific cars."
I bet you he took part in that shit too, and he's just giving you a heads up, like, don't be going down there, man.
He basically said I'd piss a bunch of people off if I wasn't careful.
Ooh.
Right.
So
He didn't say the word suey, did he? Like suey?
No, they hollered at me to come over to him. He didn't say that though.
Okay.
They say that when they're calling in the cattle.
Yeah, everybody else was on the boat was cool, but you could just tell he was kind of pissed, like legitly pissed.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably his little operation.
Probably.
Uh-huh.
But that whole area has been searched. I've been finding stuff that other people haven't found, and then after talking to the detective, we kind of got a direction that he, outside the box.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I could see, like, he probably made a killing, man. He was probably like, yo, if you want to get rid of it, give it to me. I'll do it for you. You give me a 5K cut, whatever. He's probably the one that probably 75% of the vehicles are because of his ass.
Oh, I guarantee you.
Bet.
Because they had asked where I had been and stuff, and then I told them, and then they're like, "You're way down there."
Damn, man.
So
and you gotta go back out there tomorrow?
I don't know. I've cleared all the areas that haven't been cleared by other teams. And then I ventured in. I got to talk to the detective tomorrow because he knows of where 3 cars were, but it was past where I was searching. So I got to see if I made it past a certain point. But the one guy was telling me, he said, no, he said their buoys were down further. He said yours is way further up. He's like, where your buoys are, no one else had marked. So I was like, all right, well, that's a plus. I said, I knew about the other cars. I said, so I was trying to clear those because the detective told me where they were at roughly. Oh, and that one with the car parts, that one's been dove on.
Oh, okay.
So,
all right.
But the one car literally right off that boat ramp, I don't think anybody knows about that, and it's I don't know. It's if I get the picture of it, I can tell you exactly what kind of car it was.
What about the part number I ran for you?
That would kind of make sense. The trunk's gone. I gotta relay all this information to the detective tomorrow, the location, and then what type of vehicles they are, because he works from 6 to 2, and I didn't want to call dispatch because it's kind of a cluster because he's city, but then everything's out in the county, but it's his investigation, so
I can send that information to you if you need me to.
Yeah, you send it to me. That way I have it, and I can say, hey, this is, what typically or manufacturer wise, this is what that car belongs on.
It's the OEM.
Yeah, it was hubcap, but I think the trunk's gone because whenever the cops came out this morning, I said this is either a car or a tree. Well, anyway, there's a tree laying across the whole car. So it was a tree car.
Those are
Be careful.
I am. The safest dive was in the deeper part of the water.
Man, because if he's probably letting all of his buddies know too about you being out there. So
I guarantee you.
Be careful.
Yeah,
man.
that's not good.
No.
Have some other people coming up.
I was trying to find a different place to put in, but there's really not.
Well, keep us updated, man, when you're out there and shit. And
I try, but the internet connection just it's weird. It's like great in a spot, and then you get 20 foot downriver and it's just gone.
Yeah, man, be careful, especially with that shit.
I got the old buckshot, birdshot, and yeah.
All right.
Micah, we'll be doing a Micah show here very soon, and a couple of them actually. We're just kind of getting to some of these other cases here, and then I think tomorrow we're going to have a Micah show. I think tomorrow we're having Micah. The next day and the next day after that should be pretty much Micah, and then some Sebastian. All right. We'll get back to this. We got about 35 minutes.
I sent that to you, Trey.
Thank you.
This interview's nuts. All right, here we go.
Chris in the garage.
I have, and I have not been able to confirm that. I did hear that the neighbor next to them, when the garage door would come up for her to leave, they saw a mattress in the garage. And well, I mean, Chris admitted that there was a mattress in there. Now he said it was for his daughter.
What's up?
So maybe, but why is it still in there? I don't know. No idea.
Yeah, they said on Nancy Grace that they got a new bed set after Sebastian missing. But then people are also that punishment. Did you? And I'm not talking about too. Punishment aspect about Sebastian sleeping in the garage for punishment. Have you heard that?
I did hear that, but I can't confirm it because I had not talked to the neighbors that live next to them that were the ones that said that. I don't know for a fact they said that, but my thing is, again, I'm not trying to put anything blame on them at all because I don't know them, don't know anything about their personal story, have no idea. I can't confirm any of this, but I just know that I'm surprised that the mattress has been in the garage that long. I mean, if the mattress is for your child, wouldn't it have been put away or put in the, I mean, why is it still in the garage and not in the child's bedroom? And two, the daughter, Faith, I don't ever remember her being there. Like, if she was there, I mean, maybe once, one summer.
I would have to ask, how was the mattress in the garage?
And how does she know?
Like, how is it positioned in the garage? And like,
she can't confirm that because she didn't talk to the people that said it.
People do use garages for storage.
Oh my gosh! This lady, she's going off. It's as bad as somebody reading Reddit and talking about evidence. You know, like, it's that bad. Like, you're gonna tell us in the beginning you didn't even know the previous homeowner moved out 1.5 years ago.
Oh wow.
Right? But somehow you know for sure that the fucking mattress is, I mean, dude.
You didn't see different vehicles and stuff?
Oh, shit. Dude, this is...
She literally just said, I cannot confirm any of this.
Right.
Then don't say it.
She's reading it off a Facebook group.
What in the hell is she doing on? You know, she can't confirm anything.
She probably, well, listen to how she's saying the story. I know. And then when she's got to backtrack, like you were saying, I was told, or I saw or heard.
Yeah.
Through the grapevine.
And he probably didn't get those. He probably got the stories she's given him without the I heard and I was told. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can confirm for a fact that there was a mattress in there. Oh, yeah?
She wants to tell like firsthand, but can't.
Right. Yeah. I don't think this lady was scared to go on there. I think she was looking for this opportunity to go on. She wanted that fame. She could be the neighbor that was on JLR. right? The one neighbor that was on JLR. That's what I'm saying. The way that she's blowing these things out of proportion, saying she knows it, but then can't provide. These neighbors got to be pissed, dude. Like, I did not say that there was, yeah, the mattress had red stuff on it, and the person that said that they saw the mattress in there would be like, I didn't say there was red stuff on there. Why are you saying this?
It must be close as heck.
Dude.
Here's my question. How many people have seen this video?
75,000.
So that's 75,000 people
Times, yeah.
informed.
Yeah, and then all these people in here go, like, this lady's so crucial to the case. My God.
Yep.
Facts. You gotta stick.
There's a big difference between misinformation and disinformation.
Yeah. Sorry, Anita Fierro.
God
Wow,
bless.
she is covering some great points. Bullshit.
This is exactly where a lot of the shits probably started from.
Man.
Well, this was June 9th.
You tell that many people something, and then each person goes and tells somebody else. And
yeah, but we were hearing this when we were there, and this is in June. This is June 9th when this took place. We were there March, February, or
April.
March, April, May. We were already gone by June.
Yeah.
The other creators are like, thank God JLR beat us to this one.
Well, no, I can't fault it because
I'm just saying after watching it, they're like, don't contact us.
Yeah, because I've been in that position where I've had, I think any content creator that has had people on that they don't know have been told, blown out of proportion versions of shit, and then they come on and then you're sitting there going. I've even had guests on, on a different format, promoting a business or something, where I've had a guest on promoting business on a different talk show, and oh man, my life story and how I got into this profession. You know what I'm saying? And you're like, whoa, okay. I mean, hey, if people are telling you, they, and then you get them on the show and they've only been doing it for 3 years. And the reason that they got into the business is because they saw their grandpa build one thing. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? You just told me this, right? You just told me this huge ass story about how it's, you do what you're doing out of, memories and shit for your for your loved ones, and all, like this humongous crazy ass story, and then I get you on the show to promote your business, and it's like, yeah, I've just been doing it for a couple years.
Just that foot in the door.
It's like, what, dude?
They just wanted that foot in the door for their 15 minutes of fame.
So bad, I removed it. Was so bad, I removed that shit because I'm not doing this. No, I'm not doing it. Not doing it. Like, there's no reason. There's no reason for it. So, but it's a small town. You want to be the center of attention. I'm sure she already enjoys being the center of attention. I mean, my God, look at how far apart she plucks her eyebrows. That's disturbing too.
I think it's awesome.
You think it's awesome? I mean, that's a lot of plucking, dude, when your eyebrow starts where your eyelid starts.
That's the reason I keep my camera off when I'm on CJ's, because he's going to judge my eyebrows.
Whatever. I'm just saying. It means you're too bored. When they're plucked that far apart, you're too bored. That's all. Come on. It's better than a unibrow. All right. It's better than a unibrow. All right. Back to this.
Somebody remind me never to turn my camera on again.
Oh, whatever, Busby. No.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe she didn't have a mattress, and that's the first one.
You spoke earlier about a silhouette and a light inside. Talk a little bit about that. Some people were asking that in the chat. What's that all about?
Okay, so if I go back to day one and kind of rehash a little bit, trying to make this as short as possible, the neighbor close by that saw Katie out front on the way to taking her kids to school, she was the one that called me. Friends, I'm good friends with her. She's the one that actually called me and told me what was going on. And said that I said, well, what happened? And she said, well, I went and asked Katie what happened, and she said, and this is where the story gets totally misconstrued. I don't know. Again, third party. I'm hearing this from another third party source, so I trust this lady. She's a good friend of mine. There's no reason why she would lie. But she said, when Katie they had gotten home from Texas Roadhouse, took the trash out, so on and so forth. Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen, I guess, getting, whatever done. And from her house, she's close enough to where she can see from the Ring camera, like the lights inside, because it's dark. So, I mean, if you have lights on, you can see it. And so she said that she could see the lights in the house around 10 or so. Then Katie told her that Sebastian was in his room. She was in the kitchen. She said, you need to go to bed. And he said, okay. And she goes in the living room and does whatever, watches TV. She says she was studying. I don't know, whatever, doesn't matter. She was in the living room for whatever reason. And she told my neighbor that she fell asleep. And
say that again. You broke up. Say it again. You broke up.
This thump, and she yelled across the house and said, Sebastian. And he said, yes, Mom. And she said, are you okay? He said, yes, I'm fine. I'm good. Go to bed. And she said, okay. So she gets up, and my neighbor said, you can actually see his light go off, her walking across the house, her light go off, and then a silhouette come up to the window for a minute. And then everything just goes black.
What time was that again? Because you cut out.
I'm sorry. I know my son was calling me. Okay. So she woke up around 11:30 is what she told my neighbor, that she woke up about 11:30, and apparently he was still up. But I find it odd, because my thought is, and again, none of my business. I just think, okay, put yourself in that position. If I have a child who's got special needs and I hear a thump, I'm going to walk into my child. No, let me put it this way. My kids are all very healthy and normal. I'm very blessed to have very healthy kids. But if it's 11 o'clock or 11:30 at night and my kid has to be up at 6 the next morning, I'm going to be in their room yelling at them and taking their electronics away and telling them, go to bed now. That I would be walking in my kid's room. Even where my kids are now, healthy and average children, whatever, no problems. If I heard a thunk, I'm probably still going to go in their room and ask, like, what in the world was that? I wouldn't just stay, but hey, maybe she trusts him. Maybe she thought it was no big deal. I don't know, whatever. But that's what she told my neighbor. And then she goes to bed.
11:30 though. That information is not really out there. We keep hearing 10 p.m. kind of deal. Put him to bed. Hear the thump. Are you okay? Good night. 10 p.m.
Right.
But this is what she told a neighbor.
That's right. That's right. And when I asked my neighbor, I called. So she told me this Monday. And then when the sheriff's office came by our house to do the same door knocking thing and walking around and whatever, I asked the sheriff, I said, let me ask you a question. And he's like, what's that? And I said, I know early on investigation, they actually were talking to us. Like day 1 and 2, they were talking to us. So they were giving us information. They were telling us kind of what they were going to do and whatever. And then after about a week of it, they just shut down and never would talk again. The day that the TBI came in, that was it. No more discussion. It shut down. We're not talking about it. You're just going to have to be in the dark. So, but this day 2, when the sheriff's office came in, the state troopers came in. Still don't know why state troopers got there. Haven't figured that one out yet. I don't know why state troopers would be there. But state troopers came in. Actually, they came into my driveway because they were rinsing their shoes off. They had gone into the construction area and his boots were all muddy. And so he and my son were rinsing his shoes off. And I looked at him and I said, let me ask you a question. I said, he's like, what's that? And I said, if you'd fallen asleep in the living room and your kid walks out the front door, wouldn't you have heard that? And he was like, not only would I have heard that, but I would have jumped up with my gun in my hand to figure out who's coming in my house.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing is, like, she falls asleep on the couch and her kid just walks out the door. But then when I asked my neighbor about that again, called her the next day, I'm like, okay, explain this to me. This is what you said. I don't understand that. And she said, oh, well, she woke up and then heard the thump and that kind of thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, it goes with all that in the evening time. At the same time, like you said, no evidence that any neighbors or anyone seen that he actually returned home that day. And then we also have that those lights. It's just a mystery in a sense, because those mysteries. Someone asked it. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say those were not trash trucks.
I concur. But why did authorities say it doesn't have any evidentiary value?
I asked that when I called the lead detective, and I flat out told him that I know the neighbor. I've seen the video footage from the very beginning before it was edited. She told me with her own mouth, looking at it herself, there are 2 separate occasions, car, then truck. Why is that? We've had it. He argued with me and told me that he had it broken down. The Secret Service looked at it and they confirmed that in fact it was a trash truck. And I said, I'm telling you, it was not. He said, well, I'm not going to say argue with you. I was like, okay.
Wow. Somebody said in the chat, any video footage of Katie searching for Sebastian that morning? Like, do they have any, since you have a neighbor that has a Ring camera, did any cameras pick up Katie actually out there searching that morning before?
If she, oh, you mean before all the police got there?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the neighbor that was leaving to go take her well, actually, the neighbor's camera did pick up her walking around her house.
Really? So she walked around her house?
Yeah, because in the neighbor, if you're looking to her house, the neighbor to the left of them, that the wife came out and was actually looking. There's like a little like a wood door underneath the house. What do you call that underneath the house? The crawl space. They actually opened up that door and were looking in the crawl space together. And so they were looking. But as far as outside of the neighborhood, I've never seen them, and they've never not that I'm aware of. I mean, I asked my kids, and my kids said they had never seen her, never seen him. They did see Seth was out there a couple of times with everybody. He was at the command post. I have a good friend that was there in the command post, and she confirmed that he was at the command post. But I asked her, I said, did you see Katie or Chris or the Bowers Fox? And she said, no, never saw any of them. But then again, she said, but I mean, law enforcement did ask them to stay home in case he came home or called. So there's that.
Do you think law enforcement exhausted the whole area? Like, do you think they did a thorough search of the entire neighborhood and the streets along Long Hollow Pike and the school? Do you think they?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I watched it with my own eyes. They were deep in. They were climbing in the trenches and looking in the sewage areas. And then they had dogs everywhere. They had drones everywhere. The question is, what are they doing with whatever evidence they collected? And what are they doing with the surveillance cameras? Because what I'm told that neighbors saw, they're denying.
They're denying?
Yes.
Wow. Why is that?
Exactly. I don't know. That was what I asked. I have no idea.
See, what I find interesting, Miss Bobbie, is, you know, I was up there, a week and a half later, and then we were searching on that federal property, and there was a dog hit, and law enforcement didn't even go out there to look at all. It's as if they didn't even care that there could be. I would think that they would look. It seems like they've already made up their mind or have a conclusion of what happened to Sebastian.
That is exactly how I have felt since the first week, literally the first week, within a day. I mean, and a lot of people would get on Facebook and, like, you know, belittle our neighborhood and yell at us like, why aren't you guys out looking? And why don't you guys have signs? And why don't you have, if I was in that neighborhood, I would flood it with green. And yeah, but you haven't been violated, and you were a part of this where you had hundreds of cars a day driving up and down and taking videos and pictures of your house and stopping and asking you questions, and the news reporters being out front of your house. And you know, you don't understand where we are, and we just want to just have some peace and some privacy. We are looking, we're out there, we're asking questions, we're talking to each other, we're on social media, we hang out flyers, you know, whatever. We're just not. Why do we need a sign when we're in the neighborhood? I mean, we live here, for heaven's sakes. Why do we need a sign? You know, I mean, we know what's going on. You know, if you drive through here, you know this neighborhood belongs to him. Why do we need a sign to say look for him? But anyway, I feel like from the very beginning, it was a massive.
Who cares? The more the attention, the merrier.
Exactly.
The goal is to try and find this child, and you're getting fucking pissed.
I wouldn't care about the whole privacy thing. I'd be like, park in my driveway, search.
Dude.
Like, I'd be like, you want to try to find them? Come on. Like, I'd be all for it. Like, so what's a little bit of ruckus as far as, like, interrupting your day? Like, for people to show up, try to find a missing kid.
I mean, and I have my own bullshit issue that I dealt with Chris Proudfoot about.
Oh, yeah. I
you know what I mean? But
I know, yeah.
I don't think this lady tried to calm his ass down. I think this lady was probably a bitch right back to his ass. You know, like, oh, I was trying to calm him down and say, sir, we're not no, you were probably like, I'm the fucking neighbor. You don't talk to me like that, you know. No, man. I don't see her calming down anybody. In fact, I see her being an instigator.
Yeah, kind of like a Karen.
Yeah, a nosy Nancy.
Yeah, exactly like a Karen.
Instigating shit.
Nosy, but doesn't know anything. Not really.
Right. You know, I know a whole bunch, but I'm just going off of what's told. and we know how that shit goes. Yeah, man. This is some crazy shit. I'm glad we're watching it though.
Or like she's seeing stuff like day to day, and then just coming up with wild accusations.
Yeah. But she don't know, and but I live up on the hill, so I can't see it. You know, but I know all this shit. And then I don't know, man. Has there been any other neighbors that have talked?
I didn't know any of the neighbors talked.
This is supposedly one of them.
I can't.
She
recall.
supposedly lives right up around this area. I'm thinking she lives at this house right here, based off of what she was talking about the trash truck. Because the trash truck is going to come up this road, come up here, turn around, circle around here, and then come back down this way. She made it sound like that trash truck already comes up here, turns around, and as it's coming back down, that's when her trash truck comes. And so I believe she probably lives at this house right here. Which if you do, maybe if you're like in an upstairs room, you might be able to glance down and look over. But you're talking all the way down here. I mean, that's quite a distance to try and look down.
Probably has a rangefinder.
Right. So, I believe, I don't know, this is just my opinion. I don't know exactly where, but I believe she's probably at this house or this house, but I'd imagine it's probably this one. Yeah. Just based off of her conversation about the trash truck. I wonder, yeah, we'll see how much more they get into this. We got about 20 minutes, but it seems like it's just a lot of hearsay, man. I mean, so much. And you're already talking about the game of telephone. Huh?
I haven't heard any factual stuff yet.
Right. It's all just I was told and I heard. I'd like to know, yeah, if anybody knows of any other neighbors that have been interviewed anywhere, send it to me too, because I'd like to hear what they said compared to what she said. And this is June 9th. We were hearing, this is when we were out there, you guys. We were out there before this, and we were already hearing this same stuff. So to me, it's almost like, we were also hearing it in the Facebook group chats. That's where we were reporting some of our information, was from these Facebook group chats. And to me, it just sounds like everything that everybody else was already saying on these chats. Yeah, on these group chats for Sebastian. Because it is. We were all talking about a mattress and weird people walking by and, all of these different things.
A lot of eyes were on us when we were over at the retention pond.
Yeah. I mean, who says it wasn't one of these freaking neighbors that was doing some weird shit because we were out there looking around? I don't know. It's just crazy that people are so sucked in. Shout out to him. He actually got the interview. Shout out to JLR. He actually got the interview. And you got to give her a platform. You know what I'm saying? Got to give her a platform. Gosh, man, just it is. It's just nothing but gossip. And you know how that gossip, I mean, shit, we don't even talk about 75% of the shit that comes on these social media websites because the shit is so long. You know what I mean? You gotta
I'm not blaming JLR in any way. But
oh, no.
I'm wondering if not giving her a platform would have squashed a lot of the crap going on right now.
No, because that's what I'm saying, Busby, before, because this was June 9th. We were out there for a few months before this even took place, and we were hearing the same stuff. I think she's just repeating the shit that was already being put out there, like she had firsthand knowledge that shit was true. Because we, like all of us, we were going to these different platforms and we were seeing a lot of this shit that was being talked about, but we weren't confirming it as fact because we didn't know for sure.
Yeah.
This lady, I think she, like made more out of her story than what it was just to be able to get on JLR's platform.
Right.
I think she used him is what she did.
Yeah.
Read a whole bunch of shit off these guys.
In the beginning when I started, I was going on those platforms every single day.
Yeah.
Looking at everything. And I'm like, finally I got to the point where I was like, leave this chat kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because they were getting too toxic and some outrageous theories.
Yeah. Crazy shit, man. Even when we're out doing our searches and all these people are like giving us locations to go check, and it's like, you don't even fucking live here, man.
Yeah.
And you're giving us locations to look at?
I was given the location.
Dude, that was the hardest part.
You
One
know
of the
what I'm
hardest
saying,
parts.
dude? It was, we were getting flooded with locations. All of us were.
And then when you wouldn't search a certain area, people get pissed.
People get fucking pissed, and it's like, you're not even fucking here. What are you talking about?
I had people emailing me, and they were in fucking Nevada.
Right,
never
dude.
Been to the East Coast or the South.
And they're looking at a Google map from a year ago. It's like, yo.
I'm looking at Google Map, and I see a face in the bushes over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, from June of 2023, and the crime took place in 24, right? And it's like, well, we're here. I think, no, that was especially from all these. I'm sorry if it pisses y'all off, but I'm just gonna say it. Especially from a lot of these fucking psychic.
Oh my god.
Jeez, man.
I hate to say it like that, but yeah.
It's true. It's like, fuck, man. I don't give a fuck what you're feeling. I really don't. Like, I could sit there and say, yeah, over in this spot, I think. And you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. Because I went to some of the shit that psychics were sending me to, and none of the shit came out. No. Oh, yeah. There's going to be matter. There's going to be, be matter over here in this location, and you're going to smell something funky and this and that.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm sorry, lady. I've been here for 2 fucking hours. I don't know what you're talking about. Can I go somewhere else now? Thank you.
It's like one of the psychics sent me a location. They said it's a concrete bridge, and I'm like, you know how many fucking concrete bridges are here?
I would hope it's a concrete bridge.
I was like,
with steel. Jesus.
That's a good one. I didn't get that one. It was just it was just too much, man. You know what I mean? It's just like, and even still to this day, I'm still getting requests to go search this and go search that. And it's like, oh my gosh, can I just, it was like, what was it? Like 2 months after all of the searches. And there was 1 week where I told people I ain't taking no request. I'm finally going to search the areas that I've wanted to search from 2 months ago. No, I'm not taking your request today. And it just, it's bad, man. Like, you get so caught up because you want to help, and you want to, like, people come up with different spots, and you do want to go out and you want to try and cover everything you can. But we get so caught up on trying to help everybody else while we're trying to help the victim that we don't even get to do what our minds are telling us to do. You know what I'm saying? Like, because we do want to help, and we appreciate the people that reach out, but there's, it's just like, there's some people where I don't know if they just do it for fun or what, just to like name, a whole bunch of balloons that you can throw a dart at. And you're just like, it just gets to a point where some of it you're just like, this is just too much, man. It's just
It was getting to a point where it was like, just tell them whatever they want to hear, because, I went in there and looked and I didn't find nothing, because it's like, you're going to keep on. I mean, my email was blown up, dude. And God, when I made my Facebook public, I think I got people that were from all over the world. I was like, nope, that's not a good idea.
No. That's why I removed my email.
Right.
I mean,
I had an Australian guy sending me blurry pictures of my sonar saying you missed it. And I said, tell me the timestamp so I could play my sonar back, my actual sonar back. And I would message him back, and I'm like, so you're saying he's 1 foot tall or like 10 foot wide, like bigger than a car? And the guy basically said, never freaking mind. I sent all this to TBI. And I'm like, dude, I was like, I'm telling you, like, send me something that makes sense. But I said, the dimensions are way off.
I think you mentioned that and too.
And then he said, the pictures I sent you aren't blurry. I'm like, they're beyond blurry. And he sent them like 2 or 3 times. I'd look at each one. I'm like, I can't see nothing here. So finally, I was like, give me the timestamp so I can actually see it on my sonar. And then I'm like, this is not even remotely a person whatsoever.
And they know so much more than you.
Oh yeah, they got flat out pissed.
And you have the shit right in front of you.
Yeah, the clear image. And I'm like, okay.
But they know more.
I'm like, and I just tried to be nice. I said, look, these are the dimensions. I said, so you're saying they're this, it doesn't add up.
Right.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you're looking at your sonar and you're looking at the numbers that tell you how many feet it is, and you're like, come on, dude.
Exactly. We see how big a car looks on sonar sometimes. Sometimes it looks like a log with two little wheels.
And this week you have found some cars that didn't even look like cars to most people.
Exactly.
You had one this week. You had to go like 5 different directions to even confirm.
Trying to think. I don't remember which one that was. They're all kind of blurring together.
Day 2 or day 3.
Oh, thank you, JD. Appreciate you. Yeah, we've made some funnies tonight, haven't we? But it's one of these interviews, man. This shit's too much. This lady's.
What sucks is the people that probably have real information that are trying to like get in contact with people probably can't even get through.
Probably can't get through, or they're too.
Well, yeah. Because I mean, think of all the bullshit tips that TBI gets just from this. You know what I mean? You got people going out there. There's a fresh pile.
Yep.
Do you really think somebody's gonna? You know what I mean? Like 6 months later, let's go check a fresh pile. Like, get the
that
fuck
makes no
out of here,
sense.
dude.
What
If people were really doing their fucking jobs out there, and you know who I'm talking about, don't you think that it wouldn't have been a highway worker that's finding fucking shit out there?
Right.
People that aren't even associated with the search for Sebastian are finding these people where in the same locations where these people are supposedly searching. Now, I mean, Busby, you got blocked for calling somebody out for making it seem like they were driving farther out than where they really were, but they were just doing circles just to make people think that they were actually driving a good distance. And
wow.
Yeah, dude. Crazy shit.
I didn't hear about that one yet.
Yeah, I hadn't told you yet, but yeah, it was
Go ahead and tell the story, just don't tell the name.
No, I won't. I was watching a live, and you can obviously see the street names as this individual was driving around.
Right.
And I know the area. I mean, anybody that can use Google Maps can figure out where they were. And I called them out on it. They were like, I don't know where I'm at. I don't know where I'm at. And I'm like, bullshit. There's absolutely no reason you don't know where you're at. If you are familiar with that area for that long.
Which you should be if you're fucking local.
Yeah, they should.
You should already know the area if you're fucking local. Let's be clear.
You wouldn't even need the streets or any type of direction. You just go.
No. No. It was not hard to get where that person was going. But they made it a longer route to get there so that it seemed like it was
really something. Like really searching.
Going to a different spot.
That's messed up.
Yeah, it's what goes down. It's what goes down over there. That's why I'm gonna go back.
Unfortunately, that sounds right though, buddy. You called them out and then you get blocked or they get mad.
Oh, I got called everything but a white man afterwards. I mean, I could still read, I could still hear the chat, but I wasn't able to make comments.
Yeah, I don't understand why the chat, like, people can't see through that stuff.
Yeah,
like, you made to you, since you're from the area, then a very obvious observation. You're just like, hey, look, and then you get made the bad guy.
Yeah, and then I get told I'm putting somebody's life in jeopardy whenever any Joe Schmo that was watching the live could see where the person went.
Jesus.
Not like I said anything secretive.
Yeah. Because you're calling out the hot dog steaks, bro. That's where the hot dog steak came from. That's why I call out the hot dog steaks. And honestly, people want to get mad a few months ago when I'm calling out the hot dog steaks too. Y'all see who's a hot dog fucking steak and who wasn't,
I've been watching all these different videos, and I'm like, yeah, you're not right.
No, that's why I'm going back to do some more boot searches soon. Because I'm tired of seeing people drive around all the fucking time and claim to look for them or copy or go to the same areas. Yeah, or go to the same areas that we already fucking searched and act like they're doing some searching and shit. I'm tired of seeing it. I've been tired of seeing it the last few months. And you know what? I'm tired of seeing it. And I'm going to show people what the fuck these searches are really about and how we used to do it. Because that's what it is. It's not... They're making it out to be a show, and it's not a fucking show. This is a fucking missing kid, and if you're really looking, you need to fucking look and quit pretending like you're looking.
Exactly.
Shit's getting old, man. I'm tired of seeing it. Sebastian deserves better.
We're turning over a dirt pile that's got grass growing up through it that's 6 inches long. You know that pile's been there for a minute.
Dude, it's... It's horrible. It's disrespectful. And the people that are like, oh my gosh, you're so, this is so important.
They're praising them.
Yeah, they're praising them. They're praising them. It's just
great, like, I don't know. That's sickening.
Like, what the hell? It is. I'm tired of it. So it's like, you know what? Then maybe by me going out there and doing some more boot searches, maybe they'll step the fuck up and start doing their actual boot searches, because then somebody's actually back down there doing some damn searching the way it should have been fucking done according to that. It's get out there and do some shit, because I'm gonna make your ass look bad with my searches. I'm gonna make your ass look bad, so you better go out there and bust your ass even more if you're really about this shit.
Yeah, detective, don't feel bad. I should have left that person and never went back forever ago now. But
no, it's all good.
I
knew this shit a long time ago. It's a couple days after being introduced. It's like,
well, I also have behind the scenes information, but that's not what we talked about.
No, I already know. I already knew some shit. We're in the business of looking up information.
Yeah.
That's what we do. So we're obviously going to have information
about those as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really into that kind of.
And then I got called a grifter.
Oh, that's what they always do.
They just like, wow.
Yeah, I just go and support. I'll go in and support JLR and shit when he's discussing the case. Shout out JLR Magnolia. I called a grifter. It's like you can't even go support people without being called. They're just mad because they got to try and discredit you. Because you're out there trying to do the right thing.
What gets me is, but I've been on YouTube for 3.5 years now in total, and I made a total of $120. How in the hell am I a grifter?
Exactly.
It's not like I'm getting rich off of this game.
No, dude, you're not going to. It's a endless, I hate to say it's an endless money pit, but by the time
it's true.
You're not going to break even, is what I'm saying.
If you're sitting at a desk, it's a different story. You're going to make a shit ton of money because the only cost that you have is a fucking internet connection.
Exactly.
And a little bit of electricity.
Monetized.
When you're out doing what we're doing, it is almost a money pit in a way because there's a lot of fucking costs that you got to account for. And it isn't this lavish fucking life, It's like when I go to these communities, and there's always one local that looks at the show and sees the support and is like, oh my gosh, they make a shit ton of money.
Yeah, it's not that way.
Bro.
Exactly.
Like, no, I don't. There's a lot of fucking costs that are involved with all this shit. Now if I'm sitting at home and doing home shows nonstop, shit, all I gotta do is pay for a little bit of internet and a little bit of electricity and I'm good. I don't have to do none of the other shit. So yeah, people think it's this like this money making job. It probably is if you're sitting at a desk playing other people's videos and just commenting on them the whole time. Sure, because you're not doing any research.
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt you. That's why I don't even bust my ass to try to be monetized or anything like that. Not fucking worth it.
Oh, something happened. Somebody popped out, and I don't know who.
I should.
Because it's got dark mode now. Trey, it's got dark mode. StreamYard's got dark mode now.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
You got to go to you have to go to your account settings. You might have to do it on PC because when I was on PC, I changed it on PC. It automatically transferred to my mobile, the dark mode. You got to go to account settings though to activate it. You just go click on account settings, and in that tab is switch to dark mode. And it's just a click of a button. Is this baby? Quit attacking me. Is this we still got like 20 minutes. Is there anything more? You guys have seen this before. And we've gone 4 hours. Is there Is there more?
From what I can recall from when I saw just more of the same type of thing. I heard she
A
said,
bunch of rambling.
told me, yeah, I don't want to say that there's anything factual in that at all.
Yeah, I don't know. It's already getting pretty late, and I gotta get up early in the morning to go do a bunch of running around and go do some work at a location or whatever. But I'll be back tomorrow night to do a show. I know she's fighting for my attention bad. She's like biting my neck now. She's it's okay, baby. Now you want to kiss me. Yeah, I'm going to be back tomorrow. I just have to get up at like 8 in the morning tomorrow to go do some work at a location. And
Ouch.
And then, yeah.
I gotta get out there before it gets crazy hot. So I'm gonna be out there for about 3 hours, and I need to get all that shit done before like noon, 1 o'clock, before it really gets the sun
Well,
really
it's
starts going down.
supposed to be raining here for the next 3 days.
Oh yeah, yeah. So otherwise I'd still keep going throughout the night. But I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I do need to have a Micah show. I think we're gonna have Micah tomorrow night. Maybe we might do a combo where we do like Sebastian and Micah. We haven't done a combo show for a while. Maybe we'll do that, but I don't know. I'll have the notification out when I'm back from tomorrow, doing what I need to do for that. And then I'm going to have a footage show some point this weekend. I'm going to try and have a footage show where we go through some of the footage from Micah. Maybe even tomorrow night, maybe we'll have like a Micah footage show where I continue to go through all my footage and get ready for that extra tier for you guys. Probably the middle to end of next week is when I'm going to be opening that up, and then there's literally going to be just a shit ton of video drops from all the cases that we've covered over the last couple years, and many more to come. So I want to say thank you all, Nart, Busby, Nina, chat. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. Appreciate you. Sorry for the changes in time and stuff, but I wanted to make sure that we were there supporting the whole community in general. So have a peaceful, positive night. Thank you all for your kind words and your support, and we'll definitely be talking tomorrow night. Maybe even we might just have a true crime show and we talk about whatever. I don't know. We're definitely going to be hanging out tomorrow night for sure. All right. I want to say
thank you, CJ.
Yeah. And be safe. Peaceful, positive evening. We'll definitely see you tomorrow. And Trey, be careful out there tomorrow too, man. If we don't talk before you head out there. All right. Peace, y'all. Thank you. Appreciate you. Please hit the like and go.